news where truth takes flight. Every day, every night, we keep it tight. Through the chaos, through the calm, we stand. With Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, we understand. The pulse of the world will never let it fade. RedNex World News, where truth is made. From wars to peace, from despair to hope, we're here to guide you through the scope. No matter the storm, we'll keep you informed. RedNex World News, where truth is born. Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, unbiased crew, bringing you the news without a clue. RedNex World News, where truth takes flight. Every day, every night, we keep it dead.
To the show where Gen Z takes the stage. Thumbs tapping screens in this digital cage. Alexa's our bestie, Siri's our guide. Real conversations we'd rather just hide. We're fluent in memes but can't change a tire. Our social skills melting like ice in a fire. We're lost without Wi-Fi, can't read a map. Is this adulthood? We're falling through the gap. Generation awkward, that's who we are. Crippled by we won't get far, unequipped for life, but we've got to learn. Who needs real skill when there's always hey Siri, what's this for? We can code an app, but can't boil an egg. For human connection, we have to beg. Our attention span shorter than a TikTok clip. Reality's a game show, we're not equipped to flame. Ding dong, it's time to face the facts. Our life skills are glitching, system under attack. Can AI save us from this mess we're in? Or are we doomed to lose before we begin? Just wish it upward.
Welcome, 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 everyone. I hope you are enjoying this fine Saturday.
Saturday.
I think it's officially the weekend. I think we're allowed to say cheers to the freaking weekend.
To the weekend. I love the weekend.
Right.
It's the best.
Wow. I got some
the best.
lukewarm coffee here.
Yeah, same, actually.
They put a disappointing...
It's like we're looking at the moon at the same time.
Aw, that's cute.
Yeah.
They did not cream cheese
coffee.
my bagel enough. I had a lack of cream cheese on me bagels this morning.
Did you paid for it and they didn't give it to you?
Not enough. They were stingy
wow.
on the cream cheese today. Some
That could
days...
just be the deflation.
yeah, shrinkflation.
Fast shrinkflation, that's it.
No,
Shrinkflation.
sometimes they put too much, and sometimes they put like barely any. I don't know how they fucked that up so bad.
I'm surprised with Tim Hortons. You'd think they'd be more consistent.
Let me do the welcome. We'd love to chat with you.
Cheers!
Today. Alright, and X, even though we've never had anyone, welcome everyone on X. Please leave some comments. We'd love to know you exist. All right, beers for the cheers. Welcome, Bobby. That was a completely allergies cough, I promise. All right, millennials and Gen Z in a slang battle. I thought this might be a nice way to warm up for today. We have a lot of news to cover, like so much news. So buckle in, people. We're in for a long haul. So here we have millennials versus Gen Z in a slang battle. So this all go by pretty damn fast, but I never used buggy. The only word I'm not familiar with here from the millennial side is buggy. So I'm going to back this up real quick.
Buggy.
It goes by fast. And just
buggy like glitchy?
I don't know. Oh, thank you, Bobby. Let's try this again. See, I knew there was a reason I had to start over.
Getting jiggy with it. Nah. Bruh, Will Smith is canceled. Don't go there. Stay woke. Talk to the hand.
What's happening? It's a slang off.
You're high-key salty. Because I'm all that in a bag of chips. You're cringy. You're bugging, Cap. Not.
Oh, they're in it now.
Take several sips.
Not.
Take a chill pill. You're so extra.
Oh!
Thank you.
What happened? Millennials embrace their extraness. They're proud of it. What a misplay.
Misplay.
You're proud of that? I'm weak. Facts.
Oh my god, he used his own against him.
Oh, snap, right?
And he's playing to the crowd. I'm lost.
Man, you're whack. So, I'm a bounce. Bet? Word.
Oh, down goes Frazier.
Booyah!
Huh. What a couple of squares.
Anyway, I thought that was funny. I couldn't tell who won at the end, but I think the millennials did. Anyway, good morning, everyone, and hopefully you understood all those words from all of the exercise we've been doing over the past few weeks to understand the Gen Z folks.
They are an enigma.
So apparently, this is the female Ben Shapiro. I don't know. She looks exactly like Ben Shapiro to me, except as a female. Like if he were a female, this is what he would look like. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking with it. But apparently, they're saying Gen Z is aging faster than millennials, which is kind of hilarious.
Gen Z is like aging really rapidly?
It is mainly because of the stress.
How old do you think this guy is?
35 to 40.
Come here. We live in a time nowadays where millennials look way younger for their age, while Gen Z looks way older for their age. If you don't believe me, I'm Gen Z. And
he's how old?
He's Gen Z.
He's Gen Z? Would have thought he'd be a millennial.
Yeah, I know.
Just like firmly in the millennial generation, like not
even a question.
even
I know.
order. Right.
nobody ever believes me, right? When I tell people, oh, I'm going to go hang out with my family, they think I'm talking about my children. I don't have kids, right? I'm talking about my parents. I'm still the child.
I think the stress of looking older has aged that man.
He's like 20?
What stress do y'all have? LOL, we had Katrina, 9/11, war in Iraq, Afghanistan. LOL, what are y'all going through? Somebody commented and said, rapid climate change, disaster.
Rapid climate change, like it's any more rapid than any other climate, like that one, I don't know. Like these children's, I feel like, are always reaching for something that's not there.
Genocide, massive inflation, the absolute crumbling of democracy, massive.
Absolute crumbling of democracy. Yeah, that was under your idiot.
These are all things they're being taught in school.
Yep, Democrat thing.
Especially the climate.
This is both sides. This is a Democrat thing. Social media is mostly toxic for Democrats. Screen addiction is both sides. Yeah.
Of social media and screen addiction introduced to kids, no hope for the future, etc. I'm a millennial, but I would never try to gaslight younger generations. They're definitely going through it. Also, the 3 wars that Biden has gotten us into.
3 wars?
3.
Did we
What's
have
the third?
Yeah, I'm trying to like. I don't understand. I'm like, I'm not. When did we? When did that happen? I don't know. Anyway, so these youngsters are apparently aging rapidly. Their life is so hard.
So they're saying because of stress, Gen Z is aging faster. Okay.
I know exactly.
Could it have maybe something to do with like their diet? Like, is that changed?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we need to get RFK on it. Maybe he can figure out what's going on.
Yeah, this is kind of, I don't know.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm blessed with looking a lot younger than I actually am, but at least compared to my peers.
I know, and that's the thing. That's like these kids think like, oh, everyone had just like they just sat around all through their life and just like were late, like, you know, just drinking tequila and, you know, having some margaritas and playing
living
games
hard will
and
age you fast. That's for sure. Yeah,
like, shit, man. That's true.
Partying all the
That's
time.
true.
That's
yeah.
not good for you.
That'll
If you don't
age fast,
stop,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
just
every
keep
once in a
going.
while it's like whatever, but yeah, if you're doing it all the time, yeah, for sure. Have you ever seen this guy, Flecka's Talks?
I don't think so. He looks a little familiar. Maybe I've seen a short with him before. Does
Yeah,
he just,
you
like,
probably have.
interview people on the street?
Yeah, and he always tells them they're
I think I
right no
have.
matter what their answer is and how bad it is. But yeah, let's see how Gen Z
He doesn't want
does.
him to punch him.
Yeah, he just is
him
like,
getting all
yep, that's
flippin'
right. Moving on, next one. Yeah, exactly. Keep them answering.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, so
Yes,
here's
it does come from pineapples.
Gen
You're
Z
correct.
answering some of Flecka's questions.
How many moons does the Earth have?
6.
Yes. Do you know how many people are in the USA?
3 billion?
Yes. Do you know who
3 billion. So we have 6 moons, which
Where'd you get 6 moons from?
I don't. That's like I don't even know what the fuck, man. Do you know what a moon is? Did you look in the sky? Do you know that thing that shows up every day? The one thing that shows up every day. Like, I don't know. Do you ever see 6 of them? Like, damn, I don't know where you're looking. Holy crap! And then what did this guy say? Oh, 3 billion? How many people are on Earth? 6 or something? 7 now?
Close 7 to 8, depending on.
Yeah, they're all in China.
I mean, well, 7 to 8 because you have to rely on places like India and China to keep good records.
Yeah.
Because there's where most of the people are. So I think India surpassed China in terms of population recently, like in the last 5 years.
Yeah. And that's crazy. Like, well, this one, okay. Yeah, maybe you don't know this. Like, I don't know how often.
This one is understandable because I think there actually are about 3 billion people in China. So he might have been thinking that.
Which is kind of crazy if that's, like, you know how many people are in China. And
that number corresponds with the population number for a different country, but it's still it's a almost answer. Like it's better than 6 moons.
Yeah, exactly. Knowing how many people are in a given country is like, okay, whatever.
It means he was paying attention halfway during that class, right?
Although 3 billion's kind of a lot for the United States. We got 300 million. I mean, you're off by a factor of 10 there, buddy.
Yeah, I thought we were at about 500 million people here, about 500,000 or 500 million. Sorry,
I think it's like 350 million, but it's tough to tell because we got like a lot of people that are not documented. What are we talking about? We're looking at some Gen Z stuff. These Gen Z people are answering some. Let's back it up for Lukey so he can join in on all the fun. All right, we only got through a couple questions.
How many moons does the Earth have?
6.
Yes. Do you know how many people are in the USA?
3 billion?
Yes. Do you know who fought in the Civil War?
Who fought in the Civil War? Yeah, the Earth. Yeah, that's why we have 7 days in a week. Damn it, Lukey, why are you so smart? Who fought in the Civil War? It's like, okay, this one could be a little bit like, okay, what do you mean by that? But it's like, okay, yeah, the Civil War. A Civil War by definition is within its own country. So you had the North and the South within the same country. Like, Civil War is It can only be one
internal
country.
struggle,
Like, that's the whole point, is one country.
Who fought in the Civil War?
Yeah.
It was us against the Soviets. Yes. Do you know how many states there are?
Us against the Soviets, I know. Captain America versus Iron Man. No, they're both like American like heroes. They're not allowed to fight.
There's a star for each state, so 51.
It's so weird. Like, he's like a star for each state, and then 51. It's like, I mean, at least you knew that. But how did you, like, I don't know, maybe threw in DC as a star? Yeah, 340. Thank you, Bobby.
Yes. How many people are on Earth? Around how many, if you had to guess?
Oh my God. This number's crazy.
I don't know, 200 trillion, some.
Dang, that'd be a lot of people.
200 trillion. Holy shit. I mean, again, knowing like the populations, whatever, it's like, okay, maybe not. You don't necessarily have to deal with that very often. But holy crap, 200 trillion people.
That would be a lot of people.
I know. And there's
I think that's about the number of visible stars in the sky, but like from Earth.
Something like that.
How many states?
Something like that.
Like without like James Webb assistance, like from the surface of the Earth.
I know.
It's
It's
like,
I don't know.
Sure that's more than
I
there
think
are
people
stars in the
aren't good
Milky
at
Way.
understanding like large numbers. Anyways,
Well,
like they don't really understand
really
the
big
difference.
numbers are very hard to get your mind around. Like the distance between things in the universe, that like it's just like mind-boggling when you get close to understanding it and you still don't completely understand it. That's why I have exponents. But I mean, these are that big. 8 billion people on Earth. Obviously, there's not 3 billion people in the United States, but
I know we have like one of the smallest
but
populations.
there are probably around that many in like India right now.
This guy again with the how many states in the U.S.
200 trillion people.
I know, it's just too
a lot of people, though.
Around how
I
many?
wish I had $200 trillion. That'd be sweet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Musk is hopefully going to be a trillionaire soon. That'd be cool. But at any rate,
if you had $200 trillion, couldn't you just like basically buy anything, like in everything?
If there was 200 trillion, that would mean
Just, like,
everyone
stop the
else
war.
has
Yeah,
nothing. You would already have everything at that point.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah, you'd basically be the ruler of the earth.
Yeah.
Of all the monies, you'd have
everything.
all.
Yeah, you'd technically own everything, and everyone else
And
would own
everyone
nothing.
would hate you.
I might be the only one of the few foreigners have. So I have completely different takes on many politics. Yeah, bring it. If you have anything you want to throw in, toss it in the pile.
Yeah.
But right now we're doing Gen Z. Gen Z is screwed, and we're looking at how screwed they are.
But Gen Z is everywhere. They're not just in the United States.
That's true. Well, the U.S. Gen Zs are screwed. Apparently, the Gen Zs across the world are protesting and revolting against their government. So
we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
It's around how many?
13.
Yes. Do you know how many stars are on the U.S. flag?
50.
Do you know what the stars stand for?
No.
So 13 states of the United States. He knew there was 50 stars, but he didn't know why there was 50 stars.
Right. And then he says there's 51 states.
No, that was someone else before. He said there was
that was someone
13
else. That was a
states.
different person. I thought you backed up.
13. So he's going back to like the founding of America or something. Like we're going back to colonial days, and then now we got 50 stars, and I don't know why. And it used to have 13 for I don't know why. Gen Z intern complained that I was mean and hard on it, and he quit. And he lost play too. I mean, that would be me. I don't think Gen Z could work with me, and I feel like I can kind of go either way. I can either be kind of nice or kind of like blunt, but at the end of the day, it's just like just hear what I'm saying and move on with your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's go.
Take a guess.
The number of laws? I have
50 laws.
Yes. You just guessed?
Yeah.
Around how many people would you say live on Earth?
On Earth?
Yeah.
8 million.
Million or billion?
8 million.
Yes. Do you know when the War of 1812 was?
She's like, there's... Oh, did she just say there's 4? Oh, man. Okay.
It wasn't a while ago.
Yeah, poor Lukey. 200 trillion people on Earth can't find a girlfriend.
Yeah, give me a year. The War of 1812.
Oh.
You heard of that one?
Yeah, that's like the 1980s. No,
yeah.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Do you know what country?
The War of 1812 was in the 1980s, apparently. What do we think?
That is a trick question.
What do you think the 1812 stands for?
Country
I mean, a harder question would be like, who fought in the War of 1812? Because I bet
that would be a
most
much
Gen
more
Z
difficult
do not
question.
know that answer, right?
Yeah.
From
France?
Yes. How many people on Earth?
France.
I have no idea.
Around how many, if you had to guess?
Couple trillion?
Yes. How many states make up the USA?
55.
Do you know what the letter
55.
O on the periodic table stands for?
I know, like, what is so... And he was so... It's like 55. Like, okay. I know, that's what I was wondering, Lukey. I wasn't going to say it, though. I'm glad you said it. Is this a boy or a girl? Thank you, Lukey. I'm pretty sure it's a boy, but it really could also be a girl. I know, I do too, honestly.
I do like the hair, but other than I don't know. I think it's a girl.
You think it's a girl? Okay. I mean,
think
I
it's a
could go
girl
either way.
Who likes to look like a look like a
You
boy.
think so? Yeah, that could be.
Like kind of like Tom. I guess tomboy is this old school term for it.
Well, I don't know if a tomboy would have this kind of poofy hairdo, but
yeah, that's why I said old school term for it. I mean, like the real term for a tomboy was like a girl who just like, you know, wrestled pigs and fuck boys and spit and chewed tobacco. Didn't comb her hair, as opposed to a
yeah, exactly. Tobacco. Lukey, you're so naughty.
Couple trillion?
Yes.
What is Lukey going
make up the USA?
about now?
55.
Do you know what the letter O on the periodic table stands for?
Flanny, you're mean.
Nah. Take a guess. What do you think it stands for?
He's mean at 2 a.m. That's for sure.
Octopus.
What the third month of each year is?
February.
Yes. Do you know what year the War of 1812 was?
I'm going to say 1825, maybe.
Yes. Do you know what 3 times 3 is?
3 times 3 is 6. 6 times 3, 18?
Yes. Do you know what day we celebrate our Day of Independence in America?
July 24th.
Do you know what language the people who live in Idaho speak?
No.
What language do you think they speak? Like, what do they sound like they speak?
I never heard them talk, so I don't know.
Do you know what century?
Yeah, I don't know why that shirt.
I'm starting to think
He
that
said,
he's
"Wait,
only
Skip."
showing us the clips of the complete idiots. Like it's like,
I mean,
come on, these can't people.
You
all
would
do
hope so. I would like to see like him do an unedited,
I
like
really
give me the
hope
full,
so.
give me the full day. You know, so I can judge better about humanity. Don't just cherry pick. Okay.
Yeah. It's fun though.
Yeah, Bobby and Lukey, I did not watch this far. I didn't know that shirt was gonna show up. I only watched the first Apparently only like minute. That's all I ever watch, okay? I watch like a minute. And then I decide if it's worthy or not. All right. This is another similar one, but he's not quite as nice, and we'll only look at a couple of these, but he will just tell them right away they're stupid.
How many weeks are in a year?
Weeks in a year. Dang it.
I am currently on the dumbest college campus in my city and will be asking these NPCs general knowledge questions. Make sure to stay till the end of the video to restore your faith in humanity. Also, do not forget to subscribe. We're trying to hit 100K by the end of the year. Anyways, let's get straight to it. On a scale of 1 to 10, how smart are you?
17. 9 out of 10. See, 8.
Like a 7.
Well, I mean, I feel like intelligence is kind of measured in like different levels. So like it depends like what aspect. I'd say probably
enough
like,
yapping. How long is a quarter of an hour?
25 minutes?
25 minutes? Where what'd you do to get 25 minutes? Like, what'd you add or subtract? Or
Oh,
divide?
no, it was just like into 4s. That's
Oh,
how I
okay.
see the clock.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
You see what I mean?
Yeah. No. It's 15 minutes.
So,
Yeah. Can you name me 3 countries other than America?
Africa?
Okay. That's 1. Give me 2 more. Give me 2 more.
Nah, hell nah, bro. You sick.
Are you still stuffing your kangaroo hoodie pockets? You need the new 340 GSM.
Like,
That's the question
Even
again.
bro's flabbergasted.
Let's start over. Let's start over.
that's a continent. You talking like what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, let's start over. Let's start over.
These niggas finna make a TikTok on your ass.
Alright.
Oh,
3 countries other than America.
I don't know. I think
Okay.
I've only been in America.
Oh, okay. So since you've been in America, you wouldn't know other countries?
Yeah, no. I don't be caring about that.
How long is a quarter of an hour?
20 minutes.
You got me on that one. Oh, I don't know. It's a lot of math. I don't know.
That's a lot of math.
There aren't they?
And these are
It
college
sort of
students.
look like he's on a college campus. I was just gonna say,
Mhm.
it's like,
And this is why when people say shit like, "Oh, Democrats are more likely to have a college education," okay, and that
but,
means
like,
exactly
what the
what?
hell are they being taught, and how did they pass high school?
Because they don't actually teach you anything or grade you on anything, and you can't be held behind. And they keep lowering the bar to
Really?
meet. They keep lowering the bar to meet the kids where they're at instead of pushing the kids to actually not be complete crap. That's true. I mean, she did say she didn't care about anywhere else, and that's why she doesn't know about anywhere else, but it's not good.
Yeah, being honest is still a good thing.
I'm not good at math. I don't know that one.
15 minutes.
What is 3 cubed?
One person.
9.
9.
Nine.
Okay. What is 3 times 3 times 3?
9.
9.
Nine.
Okay.
Am I getting him right?
How many weeks are in a year? That should be easy. That's easy.
What, is it like 28, 27?
20.
What?
It's 52.
There you go. Okay,
How
there
am I
you
supposed to know? Okay.
Because we lived through
How
it.
am I supposed to know?
I don't be counting the weeks, though.
There's 4 in every month.
I thought it was 3. My bad.
That still wouldn't add up.
All right, bro.
Okay. Okay. How many dimes are in a dollar?
50.
50 dimes in a dollar.
Sure.
50 dimes!
Get that? Like,
I just guessed.
oh, okay. Great guess, by the way.
What?
Great guess.
Was it right?
No, it's 10. It's 10. How long is a quarter of an hour?
25 minutes.
25 minutes. How'd you get that?
Because like an hour, 60 minutes
Yeah.
divided
By
by 4.
How long is a quarter of an hour?
25 minutes?
How long is a quarter of an hour?
I mean, the problem is this one, like, okay, this one trips people up just because, you know, whatever, but when you can say it's 60 minutes divides by 4 and you still are coming to 25, like, oh, God. All right. Anyway, these were, I thought, just a couple fun things. Here's another one. Apparently, this guy in Portland is petitioning for universal income, which I do think we will get to, but not this way.
Universal basic income to Oregon?
Oh, no, we don't believe in that.
You don't believe in that?
No.
Okay, why not?
We believe in free markets. We believe in getting paid what you deserve.
I have 10 years explicit pizza experience, right? I can't make more than $2 or $3 over minimum wage, even with that experience, because nobody will actually pay what my labor is worth. So how does that fit into your...
To my belief?
Yeah.
Because I believe that if you have a skill that isn't so much in demand, the market's going to pay you in direct proportion with that. If you have a skill that's high in demand, let's say Elon Musk, right? SpaceX, Tesla, stuff that is actually highly in demand, stuff that brings a specific amount of value to the marketplace, then they're going to reward you off that.
Okay, how about my bachelor's in environmental science?
So degrees aren't really as useful as people would think. They're more an authority claim. So
okay, so then why should people go to college?
Well, I don't think they should. Who told you that?
I mean, the entire society told me to do that when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And I went to school and I got a degree.
Like right here.
Yep, that's the problem.
Yeah, well, you got a degree in environmental science, but you're delivering pizzas for a living, and that's like your
there's that too.
Like choice. Like he isn't like temporarily delivering pizzas to do something better.
Yeah, I mean, did you know what you could do with an environmental science degree going into it? Like,
yeah. Well, no, I mean, an environmental science degree, it's one of those degrees that it's hard to get like a good job, but once you do, you usually get a really well-paying job. But there's a lot of, trudging through swamps and waders, whatever they're called. Those, pants that keep you dry. Yeah, that kind of stuff for environmental scientists. They do a lot of field work. At least they're supposed to.
Yeah, but you should know that going into it. That's the problem. And this is what...
yeah.
This is something else that Gen Z doesn't... Well, I guess all youth, really. They don't prepare you for, like, okay, yeah, sure, go get a degree, but then what are you going to do with it? Like,
right.
Do you have any plan? Like, have you looked into any jobs? Have you looked at anything? Like... have you talked to anyone who is this?
Take your money and encourage you to do whatever it is that will keep you, going to school so you get your student loans and pay them. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right. So anyway, that was I thought interesting how this guy just kind of calmly explained it, which is cool, but also at the same time, it's like, well, yeah. What did you think? Like, how do you think this is going to work? Like, I don't know, but. When everyone in society tells you something, and this is what I try and tell my family, like I've mentioned before with my nephew, I'm like, I get it. Everyone in the world, your whole life is telling you one thing, and then I come along and tell you something different. I can fully understand why you'd be like, crazy uncle over here. Versus, maybe there's something to it, but that's, part of the problem is the whole society repeats the same thing, and now you're like, well, if literally everyone is saying this, to be fair, the worldwide is effed with the whole, and work market. I know people who got a degree in accounting and work in pharmacy selling meds, and many people go, yep, school based on pay. It's exactly like it's, and then we talk about this a lot too, like you don't need to go to college, and the more that like information is freely available on the internet with AI, even though AI is often wrong, which is its own kind of problem, like you can learn anything. If you want to learn something, just go learn it. You don't need to go to college. Before, you had to go to college. Like, it wasn't, that was the only way you could learn it. Now that's not true. So why are we still doing that?
Paying a lot of money for a piece of paper that
exactly, and it's paying more and more. But that's the thing. If you look at it objectively, school is to shackle you into the system, so you have debt, and now you have to work, and you're not going to make very much, so that you're always going to be trying to get out from under the rock and never making any progress unless you really are trying. Like, a lot of people just won't ever do it, and the ones that do, okay, great, but you've trapped most of society under a fucking boulder they can't budge. It's crazy.
Gen Z is gaining a reputation, but it's not a good one. Employers are iffy on hiring them, and the data shows it.
Employers hesitant to hire recent college grads as of August 24th. 1 in 6 are hesitant to hire. So if you have a recent college grad, 1 in 6 employers are hesitant to hire that person. And this is why, probably, because 75% of people who do hire a recent college grad are unsatisfied with the person. And again, I keep coming back to this. We get these fucking idiots that drop in here every once in a while. Oh, Democrats are more likely to be college educated. Okay, well, guess what? If 75% of people don't are unsatisfied with the college graduate they hired.
Yeah. I think the colleges are the problem. It's what they're teaching and how they're teaching it.
It is! Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong.
Out of a 4-year degree focused on one field of study. And the fact that they don't do that. You spend 2 years basically in a post-high school situation. Like, it's basically high school for 2 more years. And then they let you study the thing that you wanted to in the first place. Like, really study it.
Even that, not even to fullest, because a lot of times you still got to round it out.
2 years of focused on what you're interested in, and then they encourage you, of course, to go to graduate school, which costs a whole lot more money, so that you become a specialist in your area or your field. So, I don't know. But those people who are specialists in their field still can't balance their checkbook. So, maybe the school should be teaching something else those first 2 years.
Exactly. Well, especially at college, like you should learn some sort of life skill. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gen Z everywhere, man. They come, and we talk about this too. Like the whole. First off, you can't tell Gen Z anything because apparently you're like just completely attacking every fiber of their being if you don't just praise them endlessly for doing nothing. And then. Yeah, they can't take any sort of criticism. They're completely socially unable to like interact with people. They cannot like actually just try hard. Like they feel like there's no point in even trying, and then it's always the victimhood. We got it's everyone else's fault. You know? Like, oh my god, exactly. It's not kindergarten. Oh my god, but that's, and we saw last week, we talked about, what was it, like 70 or 75% of Gen Z brought their parent to a job interview or something crazy, like something so crazy. I could not believe, I would never hire someone. I'd be like, excuse me, who am I, are you applying or are you applying? Because frankly, neither of you are getting a job.
2024 is showing that 1 in 6 employers are hesitant to hire recent college graduates, and 75% of them are unsatisfied with the ones they do hire. So why is Gen Z unemployable? That's the question an NYU professor they conducted a study to find out the answer to.
The results, 2% of Gen Zers hold the same values that the companies want in most new hires. Those.
Oh my god, this is going to make me so angry. This might actually spaz me out a little bit, so bear with. We got 2,100 hiring managers and 45,000 Gen Z respondents in this survey. Lot. So it is pretty significant.
Yeah, it's a good number.
Part of it was they had to like rank what's the most important thing for like a working relationship.
Values being achievement, scope, aka learning and action, and work centrism. In other words, comfort with hard work.
Whoa.
Achievements, hard work, and learning on the job, more or less. Like 1, 2, 3.
So basically, the hiring manager is saying, "We want you to come to work. We want you to do your work, and we want you to try to do better than what you are currently doing." So they want you to be focused on your job.
Yeah, it's just crazy though. 1, 2, 3.
And then
1, 2, 3. Like this is the bottom 1, 2, 3 in exact order. Like talk about completely opposite values. Like the most important thing is the least important thing. The next most important is the next least important, and so on. Like, are you kidding me? How does that happen? A Gen Z mom called her boss when he is still an intern on first week.
Oh, a Gen Z's mom called
a Gen Z's
mom. Boss.
Oh, okay. Demanding the boss to give more money and less work. Oh my
He's
God!
like, well,
what do they think? What do they think is gonna happen?
He's definitely getting less work.
Yeah, exactly. He can have all the less work he wants and just stay home.
I will give him absolutely no work. In fact.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's unbelievable. Well, it's like in the first place, if that's what you want, you walk your ass into the office and look me in the face and tell me that, and then we can talk about it. But have mom call me? That is never gonna work ever. And why do they think like they're transitioning from school into work where they think, oh, mom would just call my teacher and yell at her and then whatever, and what they think is the same, like, oh, mom's gonna call my boss and yell at him, and then like what?
For Gen Z, those things are ranked at the bottom of their priorities. What Gen Z wants from a workplace: well-being, self-care, helping others, and authentic.
Are you surprised by this? Well-being and self-care in the workplace is the most what they value in a workplace. Well-being and self-care. Where does that even... And what is this word? I don't know, but... what the fuck? That's not what you go to work for.
I've never seen that word before.
And then helping others, like, okay, if that's what you want, like, there's certain jobs that are kind of, I guess, like that. Like, go find that job. Like, I don't understand. Like, and in some jobs, like, you don't work with other people. Like, I don't know. So that's just kind of crazy. And then this one, I knew, like, authenticity and the ability to, like, express themselves and, like... Like we saw in that a couple weeks ago where the lady's like, oh, nobody ever takes me seriously. It's like, well, did you think maybe what you're bringing to the table is trash and maybe you should try a little harder? I don't know. Like at some point, it's not everyone else needs to come down to your trash. It's you need to step up and produce something worth listening to. I don't know.
I don't get the helping others part. Like they only want jobs that like contribute to society or something. Like, I don't understand like that what that means.
Lukey is he is a very, I'm telling you, he's a sneaky little bitch. He knows how to sneak right in and understand. He can infiltrate. He's an infiltrator, I'm telling you. And he unwound. I didn't even realize this. He's like
other people helping.
Exactly.
Them.
He squirreled that out. He saw right through that one.
They quote unquote want an environment where people help each other, which actually translates into I want other people to help me, which probably kind of means I want other people to do my work for me.
Exactly. Oh my God. See, Lukey, we need you to be on the news more often. You're helping us unravel the mysteries.
Yeah, between Lukey and Bobby, we kind of get the
I know, we got everything. This is like the A team right here.
Well, like, I don't get it. What does that mean?
Damn it. We need everyone in. All right, Team Venture is got a serious... Oh, shit. We're on RedNex. News has a obligation at this point, I feel like, to break this shit down for people, because I've watched all this and I didn't even... This is not my first time going over this data.
Yeah,
and
if
I'm
you were
just now
watching this, it would just go right past you. You wouldn't stop to think about it. At least I wouldn't. Fuck? I shouldn't say you wouldn't. I wouldn't stop to think about it necessarily.
Damn it.
Although I might have looked up eudaimonia, because I'm like, I've never seen that word before.
Yeah.
But then they put in brackets kind of what it means, most likely. So, and I'm lazy, so I don't think I'm going to go look it up. I could.
It's a Greek concept meaning human flourishing or a state of living well and doing well rather than simply feeling happy. See, this like abstract kind of wonky ass, I need to feel good, I need
this abstract sort of environment that only I can tell you exactly how it needs to be.
Yeah, Lukey just shows up with all the equipment when we need a heavy hitter. But I do think there's something here, and I'm glad that we are actually taking the seat. Most people they don't take the time. See, people.
I wonder if. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
We get a whole bunch of hate, and all we're trying to do is break it down for people simply on how dire the situation is in a most unbiased and based point of view. Okay? And
that would be B.A. Baracus, Lukey. He was the van guy. Also played by Mr. T.
Mr. T. Yeah, exactly. I need a 2-hour lunch break, a nap. Well, and we see some of these people, they're like, oh, I need to come in and have, like, my pre-work, like, you know, coffee while my computer turns on, and then, you know, like, my warm-up typing emails, and then, you know, a quick break for a snack before I get into my real work, and then work for, like, an hour, and then, like, decompress with like a video and a snack, and then take lunch, and then a post-lunch like team activity like ping pong, and then like work for a half hour. It's like, okay, I did like an hour of work today. A good thing I cared for myself. Man, A-Team is before me, so I don't know. Really, I don't think I ever watched it. I only ever saw like commercials and I'm like, oh, that looks cool, but I don't think I ever seen it.
It's on like those classic TV channels.
Yeah. Oh, Bobby sent me that FBI bus. We should get that. We can like do a tour. We'll watch old movies and eat popcorn, and like we got to get a food truck though. We're gonna have a food truck. Because that FBI van was not a food truck. But it was like a surveillance semi. It was like kind of what I wanted, but if it only was like maybe even big, if it was more of like a party, if it had like half party bus, half surveillance van, and maybe half taco truck.
Who are you surveilling?
We're going to go find all these Antifa weirdos and help the government out real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was part of the plan. Okay.
And we're
we can do it and we can grill while we do it. So
exactly. Well, and we can go surveil Elon Omar and make sure she's not breaking any laws, and then we'll go do like a pig roast.
You know she is.
Right outside of her mosque, and we'll like be completely peaceful and non-instigating in any way, shape, or form, but I'm sure those Somali psychos will do something, and then, Trump will send in the military, and that'll be that.
I don't know. That's a little...
No, we gotta do it! It's our obligation!
Can't we just go to DC and get drunk while we celebrate 250 years of amazing?
Well, we're gonna do that too.
Okay.
This is a bus. We're going on tour. Remember the Supremacy tour?
So I think we should go to DC on the 4th next year.
There is the new ones, like 2 or 3 movies, like a couple years. Oh, there's new. What is this called? A-Team. I'm physically and emotionally assaulted by pre-adolescents for 12 hours. Yeah. See, Bobby has been hardened, so he can really deal with anything at this point. You bring that to Malaysia. If you can figure out how to drive a FBI van to Malaysia, sure. Yeah, and then you're gonna tell me some back-ass directions, like go down the street to the gas station. There's a barn with a red door and a barn with a yellow door. If you see the red door, you went too far. Yeah, I know. I'm not a good navigator, so I need like longitude and latitude, baby. I need like what do you call that? Like the GPS, but the high grade one where I know exactly to like the centimeter where you are, right? Well, that's good if it's reinforced, because I'm pretty sure we're going to get firebombed.
Authenticity and expression.
Joining us now is the NYU professor who conducted this study, author and host of the Becoming You podcast, Susie Welch. Thanks so much for joining us. It's a little scary.
It's a little rattling, I'll say. I mean, it's
That's a creepy face.
Gen Z students, I teach them. I happen to be very fond of them, and so I had a little bit of a sense of which way the data might go. But even I was taken aback by the magnitude of the discrepancy.
Susie, it's incredible the work you did with this, because you were able to truly quantify.
How come some people's heads look like this, where it's like, and I feel like it's not just her hair poofing up or something. It's like,
he has a square head.
Yeah, it's like weird to me. And when I see this, it's like it's very like
quantify values.
Maybe she's an alien.
Is it that the companies need to change, well, not the students or not the young?
It could just be like the angle.
That's what I'm hoping, or like just I don't know. I don't know. It's just so weird.
Or she's a witch.
Yeah, you know what? I think that could be. I had not considered that. But now, I don't know if you just heard this, but this person just said, should the companies change? Let's hear this again. Let's hear this again real quick.
And is it that the companies need to change, not the students or not the young?
Well, I think the Gen Z would love the companies to change, and I think what happens is the companies are run by people who have different values, and those values have led to financial success. So they don't want to try a different version of it. They're like, well.
Oh my god! So I'm gonna like really try my hardest to like give this lady a benefit of the doubt, but it sounds like to me what she is saying is that the people got wealthy doing one thing and they don't want to try to do something different. And with kind of the read between the lines, it could still work doing it differently, but people don't want to, which I do not agree with at all.
Well, I know achievement works, and I know work centrism works, and I think you get things done that way, and learning.
So the employers today know that achievement and work centricism works, but they just don't want to even try anything else.
What?
Yeah, and in what case?
That's like saying the military doesn't need to shoot bullets out of their guns.
I know. Did they try something? Did they try to just shoot?
They're trying to shoot flowers or seeds. Right? You shoot a seed at someone and it falls to the ground, and in a few years you'll have a plant.
Did they even try it?
Did they even try it?
I know. This is what makes me so angry. And I'm like, oh, I'm like, she hasn't like, and like this, like she won't say it, but she's saying it. And that's also what kind of pisses me off. She's like, oh, well, these people that made all this money and are just so selfish, they're
selfish. They just made all this money through hard work and
they just only care about achievements.
And then they finally came through in the end with no guarantees that all their hard work would pay off.
I don't exactly, no guarantees.
Now they need to pay.
Now they are the ones
they need
that
to change their ways.
And
instead of being focused on making money, they need to be focused on pampering their Gen Z workers.
It's so crazy.
How dare they not even try?
It's in this whole like, the youth doesn't need to change. It's the companies that need to change. All this stuff just drives me crazy.
Something am I really going to gamble it and sort of have a company where the main values are self-care and authentic expression? I think that one place there is overlap is that some companies really do like this value of altruism, of non-sympathy, of helping people. So I think that, will the companies change?
So I feel like she I think she's confused. I don't know. Like, what she just said was like some companies have this kind of motivation for helping people, whatever. It's like, yeah, if that's what kind of job, like that's not a company culture that just, oh, if everyone could just only care about helping other people. No. Are you retarded? Like, if that's what you're so concerned about, fine. Go do that, whatever. But that's not what everyone cares about, number one. And how are you going to make people do that? And I think we have another clip in here later from Bernie. But just none of this makes any sense. And she's trying to say like, oh, let's hear this again real quick.
And sort of have a company where the main values are self-care and authentic expression. I think that one place there is.
What kind of company where the main value is self-care and authentic? Like what kind of... I'm trying to think, what kind of company could that even be? Like, maybe if you're doing like, oh, here's how you do live streaming. Like, I want to start kind of this media thing, right? And work with streamers and whatever. And okay, yeah, but that's kind of what
like
the company does.
Yeah, I guess self-employment.
Or yeah,
falls.
exactly,
Like, if
exactly.
You got your own business, you do your own thing, you're an influencer or whatever. I think that's part of what is painting this perception from Gen Z that like that their job is basically daycare. Is they watch all these, you know, the day in the life of a Google worker from, you know, 2018, and they're like, that's what I want to do. I want to like do 15 minutes of work and otherwise just hang out and play games and eat and like for free and like not actually do anything. That's great. You know, it's all about going to the spa, not actually doing work. But that's very unrealistic. And the fact that those people kind of were able to do that for a little while before the, you know, the Googles of the world realized that that's just kind of stupid. I mean, I guess they still feel like that's a possibility.
Well, even that, I think some of that is like, if you're the guy that's in the office from like 8 till 8 and you just work all day and you want to have like a ping pong table that you can go play ping pong for a half hour, but like you're the guy, you know what I'm saying? I think that's what they don't understand is when you're like, you live and breathe work.
Right.
Yeah. It makes sense to go put a game or something in there for you to decompress every once in a while because you are literally working nonstop every single fucking day.
Right. And they don't see that because they're 9 to 5 and right.
And yeah, and then everyone thinks, oh, well, I should be entitled to that, even though I barely do anything and I clock in and clock out and never think about work again. It's like, but then also, how do you make that divide? And you get all these like softies, like, oh, well, why does XYZ get this? It's like, okay, well, that person is dedicating pretty much their entire life to this. So yeah, I don't care what they're doing. You want to go home and not think about things. Well, fuck off. You don't get to play ping pong. Play ping pong at your own house on your own damn time. Who got fired for doing a video using because she real bullets hurt the Gen Z? She'll get fired and get into an issue. Who are we talking about here? Who got fired? This person?
Even the hippie shops, you're expected to work. Although maybe in retail, it's like you sitting around and waiting a lot for people.
Yeah, fold clothes.
Some companies really do
fold clothes, dust.
Helping people. So I think that
put things back
companies change.
where they belong.
Because there's only 2% of Gen Z that has the
And this, okay, this we have to actually hear.
Expression. I think that one place there is overlap is that some companies really do like this this value of altruism, of non-sympathy, of helping people. So I think that will the companies change? Some of them are going to have to because there's only 2% of Gen Z that has the values that they're seeking. So they're going to have to.
That is wrong. That is wrong. That's wrong.
Gen X and millennials are still working, and then you got what's the next one? Gen Alpha, who are apparently pretty capable. Apparently,
I mean, we'll see. It's the problem is they're assuming, because everyone else has catered to like the non-performance and like the low standards of Gen Z, like education keeps lowering the bar, college keeps lowering the bar, literally everything, the bar keeps getting lowered. I'm not even gonna get into it, but I see every single thing like, wow, the level of output is so ridiculously low quality. Everyone is so low quality and can't use their brain at all. Okay, so now we get into the real world of like capitalism, where in fact the value that you produce is what you can make, right? Like if you're a company and you can't produce value, you're not gonna make any money, right? Like that's just the end of the story. Well,
I think, Lukey, you're probably a millennial.
I would think so. He might be. Yeah, he has to be a millennial. There's no way he's Gen Z.
He has a kid, doesn't he? A young kid? That would probably put him firmly in the millennial territory.
Yeah, Lukey has to be a if you're a Gen Z, Lukey, you are the sneakiest little Gen Z bitch I've ever met.
I don't think you'd be a Gen X because those people are old.
Yeah, there's no way.
Those freaking Gen Xers are old.
One thing is to have the skill set to actually do the job, and another is an.
But anyway, it's like I don't think they understand. Like the job can't just cater to an employee. Like that's not how it works. The job is not guaranteed to exist, even right. Like the job only
firmly a millennial.
Yeah. Jobs aren't there for people. Like it just doesn't work like that. If there's value that needs to be done and it has to be done like in a way, you just have to do it. Like I don't understand. Like you can't cater to the people because then the job won't exist. So then what do you have? You literally have nothing. So there isn't like, oh, this job exists and this person exists. How do we make them more compatible? It's here's the job, and if you don't value what's required to do the job, fuck off. And if that means you get nothing, then you get nothing. Like I don't get it, because if that job were to cater to you, it wouldn't exist. So now everybody has nothing. It just doesn't even make any sense.
Adjustment that I worry about, because they grew up culturally very different. They're growing up with mobile phones and the immediate gratification to be able to see something on their phone. How does that all interweave into a workplace environment where employers want success and they have a fiduciary responsibility to grow the profit?
Yeah, well, let's make a great point. Let's separate skills, which are I call aptitudes, from values. So, of course, the first box you want to check for somebody that you're hiring is that they have the right skills, the right aptitudes. Well, okay, you can kind of do that for a college student, but we all know college students basically can't do anything. And whenever
So college students can't do anything. I believe she's a professor, and okay, so why are we going to college? If you know that when a college student is graduated, they can't do anything. What was the point of going to college then? What was the point of that? And it's like, she says it in a way, she's like, it's comical. Like, yeah, of course they can't do it. Like everyone knows this to the point that it's funny. But it's not funny. It's like, why did they go? Why did they go then?
they show up, the job is going to change in the first 6 months. So, okay, you have a little tiny light mark. Like, okay, they've sort of got the aptitudes. They've done some studying in that area. Really, when you're coming out of college, you're hiring for attitude. You're hiring for values. That's any boss who's hiring a young person says, okay, I'm going to have to train them 25 times. They're never going to come fully loaded. Do they have the right values? And then in their head, they're thinking, okay, which values am I looking for? I'm looking for achievement, this desire to win. I'm looking for desire to grow, to learn, and to work. I mean, just the love of work. And then what's happening is most people who are applying for the jobs are showing up with vastly different values than that. And so what you end up having is an environment where bosses are saying, I can't find anybody to hire. And you've got young people saying, I can't find anybody who wants to hire me. And everybody goes, well, what's going on? Well, what's going on is this gigantic gap between what is wanted and what is being presented.
So fix it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have what we want. And then you want to blame it on us? That's crazy. That's the kind of shit, like, you know, fat, ugly women. Oh, why can't I get the hot guys or whatever? Well, let's think about this. Just like you want the hot guys, he wants the hot chicks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. You want a good job, I want a good employee. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that complicated.
I think also it's like employers expect people they hire to be hired at at least a level where they are capable of learning the job. But I would think in most situations, to get a better paying job, they would expect you to actually be capable of doing the job on your first day of work without supervision. Other than here's your tools, or here's the tool we use that might be a little different than the one you're used to, but it's still a tool that does what you're trained to do. So it shouldn't be that hard for you to pick it up, you know.
I know.
That means like, but it seems more like Gen Z's coming here and they're like interviewing the employer, and their first question is like, "What is your political values?" Like, What?
Or yeah, what is your mental health?
Like,
you know,
yeah, what's your mental health situation here?
Like, I don't even
how
know
many
what
breaks
the-
do I get?
exactly,
Like, do
all
we have a
this stuff.
counselor on call?
Yeah, do we have a
Okay, I need
counselor on
therapy
call?
at least twice a day. Like minimum of an hour each time. It's like, what? You pay for
I
that,
know,
right?
I know, it's crazy, but it's true. They are interviewing in reverse, which I think, yeah, you have to work somewhere that has your same values, but you also have to understand what do you even bring to the table?
Company, like values for a company, I think your best expectations is that they're not evil, and you should expect them to want to make a profit.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a culture. Every company has a culture, and you can.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
true.
you know,
guess, yeah.
And I mean, it's definitely worth, like, if you can't work a certain way, like, don't even try, like, but.
That's a good point. Yeah, every place does have a culture. Some cultures don't go with your personality. I've had that situation before. Yeah, absolutely.
I worked at a trucking company and doing engineering. They told me they didn't expect me to do anything productive for 6 months.
Huh?
I could not believe that. I was like, what? Like, I was producing and adding.
And they told you that?
Yeah. I like the second
really
week
weird.
I was already contributing stuff, and my boss was like, because we talk about different things, but anyway, he was like, when we hire someone, we don't really expect them to really be productive for 6 months. And I was like, holy shit.
That just suggests that in the past they've had some slow learning engineers, I guess.
Well, I mean, that's what you get when you're like, well, college doesn't actually prepare you for anything, and then now you got to train them on the job. They got to figure out literally everything more or less there, and it's like, what? Like, and that's hundreds. Like, this is thousands of people in this company, and it's like you just really expect holy crap. And then obviously that makes turnover really expensive and all these things. But like a Gen Z, like Lukey's saying, he turned 5 of them over in like a month or something. He's so mean to them. Company don't hire you for your degree, but because you showed the company, you went to someplace before. Yeah, I mean, that's true, and that you paid for it. But the issue now, all those who graduate without a day at school make it way harder for companies to care about a degree and more of what you can and can't do. Exactly. And a lot of times when I'm hiring people, I don't care. A lot of times, honestly, I'll look at their degrees, and unless it's from a certain set of schools, it's almost always a negative. I'm just like, okay, well, you're probably retarded. And more, I will look at what have you done in your own time. Like, we had people come in like summer projects where he like used a Raspberry Pi to turn his boat into an RC vehicle or something, like just crazy shit. Okay, if you are that motivated to like tinker around with something, you're probably motivated enough to figure out stuff at work.
True.
Well, that's because people got to learn. 6 months is normal for the IT sector. Well, I don't know. I don't think so, because I mean, I think it is normal, but I don't think it should be. Like, I can drop in and be productive way before 6 months, let alone a couple weeks at tops. And that's like if you're dealing with really complicated stuff. And just because of like, oh, I have to get into 18 different systems and jump through this computer and that computer. And like, it's not so much about the job as like the company process.
Yeah. That's like, for me, it would probably, at worst, I would need like a week. And that's because of like passwords and permissions and like, where do you keep this thing?
Yeah.
That's at worst. I mean, most likely I can be doing my job productively within an hour of my first day.
But I just think this like re-catering everything towards like the low quality values and like low capacity is just you can't first off,
and the
you can't
lowering
expect that.
expectations to meet them, and it's still not enough.
I know we got to go all the way to the ground.
You just like the companies that lower their expectations. Like, we don't expect that much for you for at least 6 months, but like, why? Like, why are your expectations so low?
I know.
6 months is a long time to be earning
That's
a paycheck.
long
and not
time.
I know. I mean, unless
Holy
the company's
crap.
making billions a day. In which case, that
I mean,
one
it was
engineer
that
making
kind of
6 months
company, but-
salary maybe isn't such a big deal, but
Yeah, I don't
still,
know.
it's not like he's the only engineer.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So
I don't know. I'm just that stuff blows my
generally,
mind.
engineers are important for time frames and getting things done. One would think.
So anyway, that's kind of the point of this stuff. I really hate we got to cater to what's presented to us. It's like that doesn't work. The problem is, again, the company doesn't exist just because it exists. It exists because there's a value it produces, and it produces that value because it's able to, generate certain, outputs, whatever that is. And these are not in line with generating those outputs. So I don't understand. Like, you have to align incentives, and okay, you give these people what they want, but what are they giving you back? Nothing. So I don't know.
Well, the bad side to this is the companies who make the widget, and they need to sell the widget, and now they don't have people who want to make the widget for them. They're going to get automation to make their widgets.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and I think that's where we're going anyway. The jobs aren't going to be.
It's like, right. So it's like, well, that's the solution for the company.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas then you have these people who are crying about it, and they're like, oh, the companies need to change how they do business to cater to these workers, because otherwise they won't have workers. That's going to backfire, because we don't really need the workers in a lot of situations, especially with AI coming down the pike pretty fast. A lot faster than I think most of us expected.
Well, it's an exponential thing. Like,
we just got to get past that, it blackmailing people and conspiring to murder them.
I don't think we can. We
glitch,
can't. There's too much of it baked into everything it's trained on. It's like you have to like somehow train it.
We need this scenario where we train an AI like with just people who are like really good-hearted and like careful.
I don't know, because good-hearted isn't necessarily a good thing.
Systems
though.
or something. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, even when it explicitly,
maybe we just need to use the Asimov, the 3 laws.
But that's the problem. Even when they explicitly state, "Don't do this," don't harm anyone. Like, absolutely, as part of the solution, you have to not harm anyone. Like X, Y, Z, and it still will do it sometimes.
They still bypass it.
So there is no like hard rule. It just doesn't. Sometimes it'll listen, sometimes it won't. So I don't know, but we'll see where all that goes. But all I'm saying is, we know this is happening, and frankly, a lot of people aren't talking about it, or they're not taking it serious. And we're saying we know this is happening. That the low skill jobs are going away. In order to get a job, period, you have to have experience. The number of people that we have is too many to fill those spots of you have to have experience. Well, how do you get the experience? Because the issue, and I keep banging the table on this and people don't get it. AI is a multiplier if and only if you've already become a master without it.
Yeah. Otherwise, you don't know if it's telling you the truth or if it's being accurate or not.
Yeah, and a lot of things like you have to be a master first and then master the tool, and together you've multiplied. Someone coming in with no experience trying to use AI and say, oh, especially like with coding and stuff.
Right. Look, I'm an expert.
But the problem is what it's generating is either wrong or extremely inefficient, or or someone that has already a mastery can look at and say, well, this is problematic here, 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 and here. And then they also know how to use the tool in a way that it won't do that. So you're getting like this, like, and again, it's a multiplier. Like, I can produce as much as a team easily. Someone coming in with minimal to no skill but knows how to use AI is not going to produce anything even close. And possibly they'll even be less, like, the output will be less valuable because of how error prone it is compared to someone struggling and learning. So I don't know. And so what I'm saying is people like me that are currently in the position and have a mastery are taking all of the jobs away. So that's one problem. The second problem is those people are not getting paid proportionate to that. So in general, they're not really getting paid anymore for taking all the jobs away. So all the jobs are gone, and the people that are doing the jobs aren't getting paid anymore. This is crazy. And like we talked about last week, the goals need to be getting people out of jobs. Like, jobs are the problem, really. And especially as we move into like the new society where we have AI and we have robotics. And that's why I talked about, like, so long last time, government needs to be incentivizing not single moms and all this, like, child care crap for like single moms and shit. They need to be incentivizing one person stay home, whether it's the mom or the dad, and communal, like community-based raising of the children and schooling, really.
Yeah.
So that, one, we reduce the number of people going for jobs. Two, we're increasing the quality of the youth. And then the people that are doing the jobs are the masters and masters of their tools. And as we get even further down that road, that they can eventually no longer be required. And if we don't move in that direction, the alternative is really bad. And we're going to have the elite and everyone else. Yep. And a lot of what is structured right now points it in that direction. Yep. School does not prepare you for anything. And the things that we need young people to do, they are not
in debt
equipped
to stay
for.
Stupid, if you think about it.
Exactly. And the way I refer to it is shackles.
I mean incapable of improving your own existence. Like, it doesn't give you the skills it promises when you start, but by the time you're done, you think it does, and then you realize too late that it doesn't. Yeah. And you're in debt for it because you just spent a whole lot of money that you didn't have to do it.
So I think, there's a lot involved with all of those things. Like, of course, getting people eventually to not have to work. Like, then you get, like, how do you deal with selfish people, or like gluttonous people, or like people that are just generally a drain? But I think
universities used to be free. What the hell?
But I think just incentivizing people to focus on family and building something, and having the time to invest into family and community, and the community also like having values that are shared. And I don't want it to be like all culty or whatever, where it's like, oh my God, like you got to be careful what you say or whatever, and like all the monitoring and everything. But I think there should be communities and you have values and you're building something, and that's what keeps people kind of focused in the right direction, is you're just building towards something and something meaningful. And some people, people like to work. So it's not like oh, everyone's going to just stay home and do nothing. Like, people like to do things and build things, and some people like to work with their hands. Some people like to garden. Some people like to do X, Y, and Z, build stuff with wood, machine stuff. And they can do those things. I wonder if a lot of that
might be improved if we could eventually get away from cities. Like, the concentration of population in cities isn't really necessary anymore. Like, it used to be for, trade and commerce and, people being close to the things that they need to get. But we don't really, like, in communication and stuff, but we don't really need that to the same degree. Especially if we have robot trucks. And drones.
I think, like, so many things are going to be changing in ways that we don't even, like, we can't even understand, right? Like, they showed a clip of, like, Back to the Future where they had, like, 10 fax machines in the house because they couldn't imagine what else would it be besides a fax. Like, how else would you send a communication to someone? So they just had, like, a bunch of fax machines. But, we're here in the future now, and we're, like, trying to imagine even further into the future, and it's like we don't even know. But if we're not moving towards, okay, we have to get people off of this concept of you have to have this job thing and, like, all these crazy taxes and, like, and I don't know, even I think the clip is in here at some point, but this concept of, like, capping income, like, what's the point? Why would you do that? Like, or these different, I don't know, you have to incentivize people correctly. And why do we tax people so much? Like, the first $10,000 you make is at, like, 10%, but you get, like, a write-off anyway, so it kind of, you don't really pay anything. But after that, you're going up to 12 and then 22 and 24% up to, like, $196,000. You're paying 25% of it pretty much to the government. That's 50 G's up to 25,000. I mean, if you make 200 grand, you paid 50 G's to the government. Like, that's crazy. And people that don't make that much, like, your taxes are disproportionately impacting you. This is the other thing people don't understand, or that don't really think about. Like, if you have a low income, most of your income is going towards basic costs that are fixed, like a rent, a grocery bill, like, all of that money you have to spend. These are needs, not wants, right? Like, my needs cost me 80% of my paycheck.
And there's a lot of them these days.
Yeah. And then that 10% tax is half of your remaining. So that 10% is half of what you had left over. Where someone that makes a lot more money, maybe their fixed costs are a little bit higher, but not proportionate to how much more they make. And even though they're paying more tax, it's less impactful, meaning what they have left over is still more than half, although it might still be a bigger amount. So I don't know. It's just all these things. Like, we need to do better. Like, there's so many things just are not good, and nobody is working towards making them better. And, I mean, Gen Z is not helping themselves. Like, they are not stepping up to the plate and actually understanding that this is an issue.
Right.
And whining about it is not going to fix it. And either you're going to step up and you're going to be part of the, I don't know, 1 to 5 to 10% max. You have to be better than 9 other people. Every 1 out of 10. You have to be better than that. Right? I mean, 9 out of 10 people you got to be better than.
Right.
And that, like, it's not going to change.
When you're competing with people who think Earth has 6 moons and 200 trillion people, it's not that hard necessarily.
The first, like, 3 or 4, yeah. Now you got the other 3 or 4. Then now you get to the competition.
It's the 8th and 9th one. That's the hard. Those are the hard ones. But the 1 through 7, not so hard.
Yeah.
Just got to show up.
But I think also that means the other side of the coin, though, is we have a lot of people on, like, government assistance and, like, welfare and all these things. And the problem is, and I think we've talked about this, and this is something Ben Shapiro talks about as well, is, like, when the government is taking care of like faceless, nameless, nobody knows who these people are, like these people have no like it's coming from like some institution, like they have no personal attachment to who's giving them this money. They just see it as like, oh, this is like, I don't have to try, I can just get free stuff from other people, and like I don't owe anybody anything, and this and that, and
in fact, they're really good at it. They're really smart at it too, like in the sense that they can really work the system to some degree, and they teach their children how to do it.
Instead of teaching them how to be like productive, they teach them how to game the system, and it's like, okay, do you understand? That's a drain on everyone else. And why do you feel why do you think everyone else has to pay for you? Like, what did you do to deserve, like, everyone else has to go to work for you? Like, how does that make sense to anybody? And it's one thing if you're like, something happens and you need help. Yeah, sometimes things happen and people need help. It's a completely another thing to just be like, oh, I deserve to live off this and never even try to do anything other than just, you know, be a fucking leech. And you know, that's got to come from somewhere, and that's one of the things that will prevent this from working, right? Like, these people have to understand that you have to be part of it. Like, if you want that, you have to be part of it. Like, you got to produce something, you have to contribute something, like you have to do something. Why do you think you don't have to be part of it, but you can take from it? You got to put into it. But that also comes from the community standpoint, where it's like the government shouldn't be doing that at all. The community should, so that when you walk down the street and you see your neighbor that you had to, you know, you had a hard time and they helped you, and now they're struggling too, well, maybe you're going to try a little bit harder to get out of that situation. So I don't know. That's my 2 cents. I think there's just too much detachment in like non-personalization, and you don't, it's just, it's cold. It's transactional. It's, you know, why do I care, right? Like, oh, I can just, who am I affecting, right? It's like nameless, it's faceless, when it's everybody that gets up every day and hates going to fucking work, but does it because they fucking have to.
Yeah, I don't like doing it. I still do it.
And we could work towards nobody having to work, but instead
that'd
we got
be a good
leeches
to work for, because there will always be people who want to work.
Yeah,
and there will
saying.
be the
People
high
want to do
achievers
stuff.
who become the super specialists in their fields, and we get the, you know, the Elon Musks of the world. They still do their things, but for the average person, I don't know.
But that's why you got to change school
Working
too.
to a
Like,
future where we don't have to do nothing, and we just get the system to pay us to, you know, paint and explore our own interests. Seems pretty sweet.
Yeah.
About this debate, it's refreshing to see it happen mostly respectfully.
Another thing you could do is just eliminate anybody being able to vote until they reach the same age.
Please, someone. No matter how you feel about this debate, it's refreshing to see.
And then universal income would eventually make sense.
Just eliminate anybody being able to vote until they.
Please.
Damn it!
No matter
Why does that keep
So
happening?
you could get a universal income that's a bare minimum.
Another thing you could do is just.
But you can always achieve more to somehow get more, like a bigger place, or, you know, more stuff, or better quality stuff, or whatever it might be. But to do that too early would be very dangerous. And then we would wind up in a cyberpunk situation where the 1% control the 99. Like, you know, 99% of the world has nothing and 1% has everything. That's not a very fun scenario unless you're part of that 1%.
Just eliminate anybody being able to vote until they reach the same age that they could become president of the United States.
Is that not 35?
Mm-hmm.
So you think that everyone under 35 should lose the right to vote?
Why shouldn't everyone under 35
That
be
was the
able?
most boomer shit I've ever
Why
heard
shouldn't
in my
everybody
life.
under 35 be able to be the president of the United States?
Well, because they don't have the... But there's still...
Why?
Because you do not yet have the experience in politics to run an entire country. But you are still susceptible to the laws. You can have a kid at 35. You can have a house at 35.
But you can't be president.
Legislatively, below 35, from 18 to 34, all of these people are impacted at the same level.
No, they're not all impacted at the same level. People between the ages of 18 and 25 are mostly living at home. And their parents are the ones who are mostly impacted by legislation, not them. Their parents should actually probably have more say than them because they're dependents on them. If the founders didn't think you should be president of the United States until you were 35, I don't think they wanted you to vote either.
No matter how you feel about this debate.
I think that would solve a lot of problems, honestly, because younger people vote in a way that they don't even understand is against their own interests. Just because they haven't had to live it. And when you don't have any responsibilities and mommy's taking care of everything, like, why do you get to vote? Like, I don't know. Mommy should get 2 votes.
I was about to say, if anything, if you're dependent on another person, you should try to vote the way they want you to vote, because what impacts them impacts you. I mean, just common sense.
Yeah.
Right.
That's crazy.
I mean, personally, I think you should use your vote wisely for your own benefit. But hey, some people just want to do whatever Stephen Colbert tells them to do. Is that his name? Stephen Colbert? Colbert.
Stephen
Forgot his
Colbert,
first
yeah.
name. It is Stephen, okay.
All right, so that was Gen Z Corner. That took a long time. Yeah, Kimmel. Well, both of them, really, but... All right, Gen Z stuff. Now we're moving on. We have a little bit of trans news. We have a couple things that are just lighthearted, and then we have more serious news towards the end. But we did spend a lot of time on Gen Z, so I'm going to truck through some of this. So just bear with us. Karen gets arrested for throwing a cigarette at me. I am so happy for this. I am literally so happy every time. Every time. And I wish they would.
Karens are the best.
They are not.
They're like, what would we have? What would the internet do without cats and Karens?
Cats and Karens. Well, I think we need to triple, quadruple, 10 times down on the number of this kind of shit. We need more of fuck around, find out, we're done playing these games. Why do you gotta be a dumb bitch? She see.
He threw a cig at a popo?
He told you to stop. It's right there.
And what?
All right, so what just occurred?
He's making me mad.
He's making me mad. So apparently she threw something at him and broke something of his.
Did you damage his sign?
Nice.
I have it on video. No,
I can see that you guys have it on video.
All right, do you have an ID on you?
Yes.
So she didn't act. She still couldn't even just say yes. She said, and frankly, what she said was, I would say no and lie to you right now, except for the fact that you have it on camera, so I'm not going to do that. Like, that is the long form of what she just said.
That's true.
That is
well, I would
crazy.
Just lie, I guess I can't do that.
That's literally what she just said.
She said the parts out loud she wasn't supposed to.
Violation of student policy.
So what's gonna happen? With all respect.
Welcome to Rabbit Hole News.
So here's the damage. It will be a court record.
Look how just bewildered she is.
She's like,
destruction of private property.
Destruction
Come
of private
but
property.
I'm a girl.
Yep.
And I consider myself to be really cute.
Service and yeah, you'll get community service and you'll be ordered to pay restitution for the. That's all. That's all it'll be. It's a misdemeanor and it'll be dropped from your record. It'll be dropped after you do your community service. And you can tell the judge. After good behavior, 6 months in community service, the judge will drop it.
I am a
Oh my! Oh, now she's pleading about why she shouldn't be held accountable for her, frankly, unjustifiable actions. Like, and sadly enough, this is the only way that she will even have a chance to learn this lesson. Is what he is actually helping
it was
her.
like a political sign that she damaged because she disagreed with the political message.
Yeah.
Okay, which is common these days,
exactly.
unfortunately.
But the only way that she has any chance of learning this lesson is for him to actually go all the way through and file charges, have her get a misdemeanor. She has to do this community service bullshit. And maybe at the end of the day, she won't do this again. Maybe. But anything else, just it pretty much enables her to just keep doing it. So I applaud this very, this good Samaritan for helping this woman in a way that she doesn't even understand.
To get a tattoo?
I'm gonna say no.
Probably not. No.
It's probably too young to make decisions.
It's a pretty permanent decision. They can't make the decision for themselves yet. Something permanent on their body.
Do you think a 12-year-old should be able to consent to puberty blockers?
Yes.
Yes.
And I understand how that sounds really hypocritical.
Yes, it's a permanent change on their body, but I think that at that point in their life, they probably know who they are, who they want to be.
And you think
So they know who they are, who they want to be enough, but they don't know who they are and want to be enough to get a tattoo. But yes, to blocking, it's like, I'm not even sure what that does exactly, but
I would think that like hormone blockers.
Yeah, it's some sort of hormonal thing, but like,
Right,
okay,
so
so they know enough that they are not going to go through the natural process of your body goes through, like every human. Like, yeah, they
At
know.
least you can technically remove a tattoo.
Yeah,
It kind of leaves a mark and a scar, but to my understanding. But I mean, you know.
So I don't know. This kind of like this twisted gymnastics here, and then we get to hear how they kind of rationalize this.
so at 12 years old?
Yes.
Do you think a 12-year-old should be able to consent to puberty blockers?
Yes, because that's not a permanent decision.
I think there's plenty of time to make those decisions later on once they have a chance to decide exactly what they want their identity to be.
I think that maybe there should be more waiting, but I don't want to like put down trans ideas.
The one somewhat sane person in the group, and she said it out loud, is the only reason she supports it is because she doesn't want to put down trans ideas. So she didn't want to go against the hive mind.
Right. Or she's just really kind and she doesn't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
To the extent that she would let someone mutilate their own body. Like,
Right,
okay, at some
which
point,
isn't
you know.
exactly kind, but
where's the kindness exactly?
If they can make an informed decision, yeah.
And you think a 12-year-old can make an informed decision?
I don't know. I guess it depends on the 12-year-old.
Yep, and then here's the
I
stretch
guarantee
again.
when I was 12, I was not making
Stretch
particularly good
again.
decisions
She's
on
like,
my own.
yeah, probably not, but there might be someone.
They
There might be a
seemed like
case
really
of
good
someone
decisions, though.
somewhere that could, you know, make an informed decision at 12, and
fact, I thought
that
they were
person
genius.
probably should be allowed to do what they need to do. It's like, holy crap, gymnastics everywhere, man.
Drives so many supporters of transgender ideology to violence. The man who allegedly murdered Charlie Kirk had a transgender boyfriend, and that seems to have been crucial to his motivation. He wasn't alone. Let's not forget Minneapolis, Nashville, Highlands Ranch. Most people who identify as transgender do not pose a threat, but some of them do. Some of them have even threatened to target Christian girls in girls' bathrooms, threatening to do unspeakable things to them. What drives this hatred? I'd suggest the rhetoric of the Human Rights Campaign is at least partly to blame. The Human Rights Campaign publishes a report about the epidemic of violence transgender people supposedly face. It claims that violence traces back to anti-trans stigma and discrimination, such that policies preventing men from competing in in women's sports or keeping boys out of girls' restrooms are inspiring violence. It lists the deaths of people who identify as transgender, suggesting this data reveals a higher homicide rate than the general population. In reality, however, by HRC's own reckoning, transgender people actually face fewer homicides. Here's a brief review. HRC counted 36 deaths between November 2023 and November 2024. According to the Williams Institute, a pro-transgender think tank HRC has cited in the past, there are approximately 2.8 million people who identify as transgender or non-binary. That yields a rate of 1.29 homicides per 100,000. Every homicide
1.29 per 100,000. And frankly, I think that's way too many. How is there that many trans people? This is just... That's crazy.
Is tragic. But let's look at the homicide rates for other segments of the population. Between November 2023 and November 2024, the FBI counted 3,812 female homicides.
Interesting. 3,812 versus, what was it, 34?
Population. In review, HRC counted 36 deaths between November 2023 and November 2024. According to the Williams Institute, a pro-transgender think tank HRC has cited in the past, there are approximately 2.8 million people who identify as transgender or non-binary. That yields a rate of 1.29 homicides per 100,000. Every homicide is tragic, but let's look at the homicide rates for other segments of the population. Between November 2023 and November 2024, the FBI counted 3,812 female homicide victims. The Census Bureau puts the female population at 166.5 million. That's a rate of 2.29 homicide victims per 100,000 women. The rate among men for the same time period, 7.86. The rate for whites, 2.72. Blacks, 17.5. Hispanics, 4.2.
Holy moly.
The DC homicide rate in 2024,
17.5?
Mm-hmm. And
27.3?
In DC, just generally across everyone, which is just...
This is before Trump cleaned it up.
Yeah, before, and all these people that were against him doing it, and it's like, what, you really think this is...
14% is, that's, like, black people gotta stop killing each other, man. Seriously. Fuck.
It's true, but as it comes down to the, it comes down to the culture.
It's like, what? And I know, and it's like, oh, like I don't want to tell some of my stories here because, like, you know, it's kind of specific. I think it's kind of specific to where I live because you understand because you live here too. But I could be wrong, and I've had some like weird altercations. They all involved dark-skinned white people.
Yeah, dark-skinned white people. I know they have a tendency,
and it was always like, "What the hell?" Like I was just minding my own business situation because I always just mind my own business. It's how I am.
Minding my own, and then dark-skinned white people come along.
Really? And I don't look rich, so it couldn't be that. I am a whitey, a very pale whitey man.
That's what they don't like. You're too white.
Other than that, I wasn't bothering nobody.
So far, all these numbers that we've seen are way, way, way higher than the 1.6 or whatever that the trans people are claiming.
Homicide rate in 2023, 5.6.
5.6.
Using Human Rights Campaign's own data, the transgender homicide rate pales in comparison to most homicide rates. This suggests you are actually safer identifying as transgender than not, at least for homicide purposes.
See, that's the problem. They say all this shit like they're more likely to receive violence. Yeah, right. Like, maybe back like 30 years ago or something, sure. Nobody gives a fuck. The only reason why anybody cares is trans people are so annoying. Like, if they weren't so fucking annoying about everything, nobody would care. Go be a little weirdo. Who cares? Stay away from me and stop being annoying. That's all I'm asking. Now this bitch. Are these two ladies together? Like, I don't know, but do we notice anything before we start? Can we get some optics on this? Anybody have anything to say about what we're looking at right now? Nothing? Well, I see...
I'm sorry, I had to walk away for a second. It's the glasses again, though.
This one has glasses
the
and...
power glasses. The Steve Jobs glasses. And they look like sisters.
Oh, sisters?
Well, it could be.
I don't know. Their eyes are very different. I thought they were lovers.
Oh, I didn't even. I was looking at them, not their picture. Oh, never mind. No, they don't look like sisters at all.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe they. I don't know. They're part of the same Karen coven, maybe. But this one looks so very angry right now.
She looks.
And this
really
one,
angry.
she looks very angry later. Like the whole time, and she's all like, just very angry. But. This is also why the world is falling apart. Is these people should not be allowed, frankly, honestly, once the Karens start cackling, they have just this crazy ability to get more Karens cackling along with them. And we don't want this. Like, it's as like a society,
when dogs, like when one dog barks and the other dog starts barking.
Yeah.
And then all the dogs
and then everyone in the neighborhood's going, and it's like, stop. And there's literally no way to stop it, but we know it. So we should not give these women a platform. It's crazy. Well, how does she have 1.3 million subscribers? They're all Karens. I have to assume.
But you're contributing to them becoming viral on iHip News.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of bringing awareness to what's happening.
Okay,
I think.
I understand.
If enough,
we need to share so people can make sense of it. I get it.
Yeah, so they can know why that these things are happening. So why does MAGA have an insane obsession with trans people? Let's find out.
Talk enough about the fact that the Vice President of the United States, smoky eye sociopath J.D. Vance, Little Smokey, is a failed drag queen, which Pumps just reminded me before we started.
All right,
He's
so
a failed drag queen?
Yeah, so this nasty lady,
Really?
Look at how nasty she is. So like smug and nasty. She thinks she's so tough and just saying all these nasty things because she's so nasty and calling JD Vance Little Smokey or whatever. So there's apparently one picture. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. JD Vance wearing some sort of
looks like a Halloween costume type.
Yeah,
situation.
exactly. He was at a party or a Halloween or what the fuck ever. People do whatever. It's not that big a deal. And they're trying to say, oh, he was like a drag queen who couldn't cut it or something. Or like he was like, I don't even know what they're trying to say. But like this one photo is what she's being like.
It's photographic evidence that he is truly a drag queen at heart.
Yeah, exactly. And so she's going all fucking psycho right now. Her eyes are almost crossed. And like, oh, JD Vance is fucking failed drag queen. Okay.
Started filming. He's changed his adult name 3 times. 3 times. Talk about like naming ideology or ambiguity. It's really rich that these people always want to claim the moral high ground over people when they themselves, JD Vance, there's multiple photographs of him trying to be a drag queen. He failed at it. He completely failed.
See, and that's the kind of dumb shit we have to deal with, and we'll look at something later about this too.
He wasn't even a good drag queen.
Yeah, we're not even starting from a place of like honesty. You're starting from a lie.
Right.
Like, this is what I just hate so bad about everything with these people is they want to start from a place they know is a lie and be like, oh, blah, 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 lie, 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 lie. Okay. Okay.
Failed. So then he turned into a complete neo-Nazi. But here he is, and I want you to play this.
So because he couldn't cut it as a drag queen, he became a neo-Nazi.
I see.
And
the narrative is starting.
Yeah, this is how her brain works. This is the intelligence of the fucking liberal white woman. I swear to fucking God,
this picture.
right here.
Let's roll with it.
Failed drag queen, Lil Smokey, talking about labeling trans people a terrorist organization. This is very fucking serious, you guys.
Militant transgender movement, is that a domestic terrorist threat? If you are encouraging people to commit acts of violence against the United States government or against your fellow Americans, absolutely, you're involved in a terrorist movement.
Okay, I think it's really rich that Lil Smokey sits there, and he is literally one eye stroke away from having a full-blown smoky eye, sitting there calling the most marginalized group that all they're doing is just fighting to exist without being bullied by their government or their fellow citizens. He's calling them
Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about. Like, nothing that she's saying, it makes any sense, but this is the cackling of the retarded Karens that have no brain cells available, but their mouth is still moving. And it's just jabber. We need to put something in there. Maybe make it actually useful. We'll just put something in there. Like she wants to move her mouth so much, she can just, you know.
Terrorists. It's so reckless. It's so dangerous. It's so cruel. And Jesse Waters, the way he framed the question, there is no such thing as militant transgender. Like, what the fuck are they even talking about?
Oh, clearly, there's no such thing, huh?
Gym Monster 2 is an all-in.
Have you seen Antifa?
All right, next up. This is where it's going to get really dangerous, you guys. And the Drudge Report picked up Ken Klippenstein's reporting on this. And this is serious. The FBI to label all trans violent extremists. Nazi-style persecution of entire group. This is why you never leave anyone behind when you're talking about equality and you're talking about human rights. None of us are free until all of us are free. So centrist Democrats that say, oh, we just can't talk about trans issues. Number one, I'll remind you, the people that talk about them all the time are the MAGA Republicans. First and foremost. Secondly, we cannot abandon anyone because what happens is these MAGA fascists are going to start with trans people and they move the goalposts and move the goalposts and move the goalposts. We've already seen what they're doing to immigrants. We've already seen now how the Latinos for Trump, he's underwater with like minus 40 points. Okay. So I get that a lot of people have buyer's remorse, but
this is the other thing I find is funny. And I've come to realize that MAGA people generally just don't say anything. And all these idiot libtard people like are so loud, and they look around, they're like, oh, everybody's saying this. It's like, first off, even if someone said something different, you wouldn't like take it, like you would just discount it. But nobody is saying what is actually in their mind.
That's true. I mean, if anyone is saying it, I haven't heard them saying it, or they're just like super fringe. Nobody listens to them anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy. So
I'm not really sure where they're getting their info from.
All these polls, everything, they're all
That's a
worthless.
good question, though.
It is all worthless. Nobody on the right is speaking up. And just like we saw with the election, I was like, how the fuck is everyone with Kamala? And then he got fucking destroyed her. It's like, oh,
well, it's
okay.
Yeah, the only people we were hearing from were the people who were screaming.
Yeah, the screeching, cackling.
Screaming about something.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are just kind of like, well, I know what I'm going to do, but I don't know what everyone else is going to do. And
yeah, and those people are afraid of getting screamed at.
Me to talk to my good friend who maybe is on the fence and be like, hey, bro, this is actually like super duper important. And I really hope you pay attention and vote in a way that is beneficial to your and my future, because it's pretty obvious to me which way that is.
It's crazy. These people are so retarded.
I'm glad my buddy
and
did
they
that
still
to me, and now I'm
believe
doing
it.
To you.
They still believe it. They're just like, oh yeah.
Speak softly, carry a big stick. That's what Teddy said.
We've been whistleblowing on this podcast from the jump, and I'm just telling you, it is a moral shortcoming for anybody to sit and judge a transgender person. They're not like you. So what? Why are you so insecure that you need everybody to be just like you? It's just like the evangelical Christians. Everybody has to be just like them. It is so incredibly dangerous. And to start talking about a Nazi-style persecution of these poor trans people, and I know some trans people, and they're lovely people. And I would even argue that the members of the LGBTQ plus community that I know personally, because they've had to overcome the judgment and the sanctimony that MAGA Republicans and MAGA Christians exude onto them all the time, they had to overcome all of that and have the courage to come out and be who they are.
Do you see how nasty she is? Like, that whole thing was just nasty, hate, nasty, evil.
You're making Christians and conservative Republicans, which really aren't really conservative Republicans. It's more like moderate Republicans, that they're like the worst thing in the world with no reason.
I know, especially compare them to trans people. Holy crap. Trans people are psychotic, just mentally ill.
I'm sure some of them,
like some probably are fine, but legit, most of them are completely batshit crazy.
Body, but I'm also 30 and I can make an informed decision about myself. But
And they're so annoying about everything. Like, holy crap.
It's like, honestly, we wouldn't really be talking about it so much if you guys didn't just bring it up all the time and talk about how you're victims. And then we're like, well, I don't really see you being victims, but since we're talking about it, I'll give you my opinion. And by the way, I don't approve.
And by the way, I don't approve.
And then we get more butthurt because we don't approve. And then we're like, oh, okay, I understand that you don't understand, so I will explain to you why I don't approve. And they just yell, and then they call for you to stop existing. Mm-hmm. And they don't listen, and they just have little temper tantrums. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird.
And it's actually, I think some of their non-transformer supporters, like that support them, but aren't them themselves, are worse.
Oh, like, yeah, because they're
really
the one
angry at everyone else who doesn't agree for whatever reason.
They're like, the social justice warriors.
Like, yeah,
they gotta like make everyone else's fight like, their fight.
Right.
Yeah.
You agree with me in what I believe is right, or I will do everything I can to make you stop existing.
To make your life hell, exactly. They'll scream in your face and oh my god, it's so annoying.
Cancel you, will defame you, will dox you, do all these horrible things. In the support of togetherness.
Yeah, exactly. Supposedly unity and
right, unity and freedom for everyone.
For everyone except for you. For you everyone. Can be deleted.
Right, okay. Except for you guys, because you don't agree with us.
It's so crazy.
Sounds
trans person, give me a gay person,
sounds
give
like
me a lesbian, give me a queer. 12 times out of 10 before I want to hang out with some MAGA Christian.
I completely agree because of the judgment. But I think the through line is the judgment.
Judgment? Listen to you, nasty bitch. Who are you judging literally right now?
We saw something the other week about the pecking hands.
Oh, did we?
Didn't we? I thought so. Maybe I saw it on my own.
Yeah, no, I don't think we talked about
thing.
this.
Karens do it with their pecking hands.
Oh
when they're trying to make a point.
Yeah,
and it's like a hen like pecking at like a bird.
It is
pecking at another bird and like killing it.
Oh my god, you're right. I never noticed that. Holy crap.
Christians and how they judge trans people, it's all because they think they're better and they get to stand in judgment. Now we're seeing that in action. They've dehumanized immigrants, so now they can put them in concentration camps. Now they want to do it with trans people. It's terrifying.
All right, now fasten your seatbelts, buckle up, buttercups, because there's a big plot twist. Study has come out.
Do we have concentration camps for trans people?
I wish.
Obsessed. We're searching
pretty
for
small.
transgender porn. Well,
yeah, apparently. There's not a lot of them. I'm sure we could find. I mean, what? There was like 1.8 million. Like, that's a pretty good size camp.
There's 4.7 million porn-related Google searches. Oh, that's not the same thing as 4.7 million transgendered people.
So how do they even know this? So they know that 4.7 million transgender porn Google searches are attributed to Republicans. And what does that even mean? I don't even know. That's crazy.
How would they know that the people doing the searches are Republican or not?
Yeah, it's probably the kid who lives with their fucking parents who can't get a fucking job, using up all the internet, wanking off to fucking trans porn all day.
That is I guess through cookies and stuff, you might know that someone's left or right leaning, but
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Republicans love trans porn a lot, with more than 4.7 million
and what
transgender porn related
again,
Google searches
what does any
each
of this have
month.
To do with anything?
Do Republicans represent those searching the most? The answer seems to be a clear yes.
What a dumb bitch.
Well, to each his own.
And here are the searches for she-male. This is a term used to find trans-style pornography. And as you can see the map of the United States, just why don't you take a gander at the Bible Belt? Yeah, it's lit up like an intercontinental ballistic missile, that thing. And then take a look at Oklahoma. Look at Texas. This is the one here for femboy. So she-male and femboy. Look at this map. Look at this here. Look at how
Don't you think
Oklahoma
they might be looking it up to know what the heck it means?
Yeah, there's any number of.
What does this mean? I mean, there's a lot of old people
idea.
that don't necessarily know what these things mean. They might be just Google searching it, as a general what does this mean?
Like all
Does
of
it mean
this
what
stuff.
I think it means?
Holy
I hope
crap!
not.
Yeah, I don't know. These can't. But this is what I'm saying. This is the kind of like mental incapacitation of like these liberal women who have nothing better to do but like cackle about
Some weird distribution.
femboy searching across the United States. I know, and like, why is it blank right here? Like this whole section had nothing, and then like, oh, a whole bunch, and then a whole like, none of this even makes sense. This is just like random ass. Like, what are we looking at? Anyone in Montana? No one in Montana, even one time. Like, what are you
Also, how do
talking
we know it's not
about?
like one person who's constantly on the internet? Like,
What if someone just using a VPN and just happens to be this is where the VPNs are?
Exactly. We
Do
don't
you
know.
have
We don't
any
have this
idea
data.
about anything? Retards.
That's why
I swear
I don't
to
understand
God.
the distribution doesn't exactly make sense either. It's
Nothing
like these
about this
giant
makes sense.
chunks, and they're like random. They're not really around.
But this
specific
is in their
cities or
brains. This
anything.
means something. That's what kind of. Oh yeah, look at this. This is Republicans bad. Look right here, femboy Republican bad. Red bad, blue good.
Red
Red
bad, blue
red,
good. Yeah,
red
there you
bad, red. Like, God damn it, these people. All right. It's the last bit of trans before we move on to more enjoyable things, and then the serious news.
Nate Ray always felt secure, living openly as a transgender man since coming out in his late 20s. But a recent UK Supreme Court ruling changed everything. A court affirmed in April that the term sex refers to biological sex under equality laws. This means a transgender woman is legally considered male and a transgender man is considered female. Ray now finds himself constantly weighing the risks about where it's safe for him to be.
I've noticed I get a lot more harassment in women's bathrooms than men's bathrooms. Men, the most I'll usually get is like an odd look. Whereas
Yeah, because that's what men typically are just going to be like, okay, that's weird, but whatever.
women I've had, someone come up to me and tell me I'm disgusting.
Yeah, women are going to be cackly and psycho and tell you that you're nasty. That's the difference.
Gender rights have become a political flashpoint in Britain and elsewhere. In the US, President Donald Trump has targeted the rights of transgender people in a series of executive orders. Critics say conservative groups have weaponized identity politics to attack minority groups. Others argue support for transgender people infringes on the rights of biological.
What trans rights do you need? What are you talking about? What rights do you not have that you need so bad like right now? You just like to be loud and obnoxious about nothing. You need trans rights to what? Use the bathroom? Like that's why you're marching on the street right now? Like, God, get over it.
Biological women and their safety. The Equality and Human Rights Commission watchdog advised that under the ruling, transgender people should be banned from facilities.
I don't see a single one of these signs that says anything at all specific about what they're actually upset about.
And services.
I don't either. That's
designed
part of
for gender
my
needs.
confusion too.
It's all just nonsense. There's literally not one thing that's like, this is what we want or that we feel that we're being mistreated about.
Livers, from toilets to hospital wards and refuges. The government
Toilets to hospital wards. Why is any of this relevant?
says the judgment clarifies gender policies, but Ray and others find it exclusionary.
So I get harassed either way, like regardless which bathroom I go into. And it's such a silly thing because the bathroom thing feels like it's been kind of made up as a thing to center transphobia around.
Yeah, or maybe you're hypersensitive to something that's not even there, number one, or number
Right.
two, yeah, you're doing something like I saw yesterday what I'm assuming to be an extremely overweight lesbian with like one leg was like super swolled up like diabetes leg and the other one was like just fat leg, and her head was shaved bald and she had really nasty like head neck wrinkly things and was just like so nasty. Like I couldn't help but look at it like, wow, how did you get to be so nasty? And how did you get comfortable being so nasty? But the fact is, when you see something that's just like really out of place and or like just nasty, not saying that trans people necessarily are, but they're out of place, you happen to, that's the thing you're going to look at and be like, whoa, what's that?
Yeah, it's true.
You know, like, you don't, like, the thing you see like, if I have a cup on my desk every day, I'm not going to be like, whoa, what's that? And stare at my cup and be like, oh, wow, that's weird. But if I see something weird walk into the bathroom that I'm not expecting, I'm going to be like, whoa.
Right.
And you think that's like me going out of my way to be like hateful? How about you went out of your way to be very weird? And I happen to notice that.
Someone like this in particular, because they're kind of like that sort of like that
neutral.
That real neutral look. Like, most people won't say sir or ma'am to you just because they're not sure which it is. Like, not even without the trans thing going on. Like even this was like 50 years ago. They'd be like, hey, you, right? Because you're just not sure until they let you know. Like, it's not obvious, right? So as long as you're like, if you're going to the bathroom, if you're using a stall, like doing your business and then coming out, washing your hands and leaving, like, no one's going to freaking bother you. I mean, unless you're like making a big deal out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
And like drawing attention to yourself. And then people will be like, why are you drawing attention to yourself in the bathroom of all places? Like, this isn't a place like you have social conversations. Like, this is weird. Like, you do go in, you do your business, you leave. At least that's what it is for dudes. I don't know. Maybe women are different. I mean, maybe they have like,
I don't know, if you just go do your thing, literally nobody is going to say anything. Right, nobody's going to do anything.
Right.
Nothing.
If you don't engage, then or if you don't like respond like with other thing other than a smile or something, then they're probably going to leave you the hell alone. So yeah, I just like, I wonder like how harassed these people really get in the bathroom. So I don't know. Like, really? Maybe, but probably not. I think, like you said, they're hypersensitive. So every little thing to them is, oh, they know I'm a trans and they hate me and they're making it known.
Exactly. It's like, how much of it's just you're being sensitive to something that's not even there? But all right. That was about it for trans. Oh, those pesky trans, they're everywhere. There's been a lot less trans news lately, so I will probably only be able to do it occasionally. It is what it is. For the better or for the worse, who knows?
All right. Who knows? Well,
Who knows? Time might tell. All right. So we have, if anyone knows, we have a government shutdown in the U.S.
No, what does that mean?
The government has been shut down for
it doesn't work
like 10 or 11 days now, something like that. They turned it off. They unplugged the government. If I was getting
SNAP benefits, I would not be receiving them right now.
No, those are still intact.
Oh,
for now.
Does it mean I can't send a letter at the United States Postal Service?
Nope. U.S. Postal Service funds its own budget.
Oh. Does that mean that the military will not defend me if we are attacked?
That's 50-50, but they are still active right now, although they won't be getting paid on the 15th if the Democrats continue this bullshit.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not cool because there are defenders and they need to be paid for their troubles.
Yep, and it's really sad.
Lives are at risk.
I might actually pull this up in a minute, but the military people are like standing in line around the building at food pantries.
What?
Yep. It makes me so angry.
I would hope they get paid a little bit better than that. That they would have some savings. They wouldn't have to do that. But okay.
Well, that also is what makes me angry because they talk about all these people living paycheck to paycheck. It's like, okay, well, these people are putting their life on the line.
Yeah, these are
in a lot of cases. Like, why are they living paycheck to paycheck? Like, that's crazy. But
I mean, even if their job isn't directly dangerous, there's potential that it could become dangerous very quickly, and that's always a risk. So I'm just saying, they should.
With all the
be
money
paid
we spend on
accordingly.
defense, like we got people that are just, we got all these people that are paycheck to paycheck, really, and we got people. All these people got to stand at line and at the food.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right.
Like they're talking like hours and hours.
Part
like
of this makes me
hundreds of
wonder if
people.
maybe some of these people are not budgeting very well, but times are tough and things are very expensive right now.
All right, so what do we got here? Mike Johnson continues to blame Democrats for the government shutdown. This is CBS, and I like how they phrase it that, oh, Mike Johnson blaming the Democrats. How about the Democrats are to blame for the government shutdown, and Mike Johnson explains it to you.
Of the government shutdown, and it will extend into next week after the Senate rejected dueling funding bills for the 7th time just yesterday. And the blame game, well, it continues. House Speaker Mike Johnson just today continued to blame Democrats for the failed negotiations.
Every single time the Republicans voted to pay the troops and federal workers, and every single time.
All right, just to make sure in case anyone's really slow and like a Democrat in the room, the green check mark means
they voted yes.
They voted yes to pay troops and federal workers. Yes.
Okay.
GOP
Well,
means important. Republicans, for all you retarded Democrats that don't know things.
Means grand old party, I think.
Is that actually what it means or what people say it means?
No, that is what it means. Grand old party.
The grand old party. All right, you're right. Wait.
See, I paid attention in high school.
Gallant old party. Well, I knew, but I thought people just said that. I didn't know that's what it actually was.
No, that's actually what it means.
All right. Well, this is Republicans, the grand old party. And they all, look at this. 1, 2, can count along. Can we count? 1.
That's like all of them are green.
2,
1, 2, 3.
3. We got to go slow. Now we got to start over. Hold on. They probably
looks like 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Freaky.
I said it looks like 9.
8.
It's small on my screen. 8. It's 8.
There are 8 check marks from the Republicans, all voting yes to pay troops and federal workers. Now let's take a look over here. Dem is for Democrat or libtard, your choice. 1. Okay. Now this X means they voted no. They voted no. Okay.
Oh, why would they vote no?
Because they only care about themselves. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my God. 8 no. 8 yes. 8,
it's almost like they're voting no just to spite those who vote yes.
Yeah, very interesting.
Huh.
So
interesting.
Who is voting to not pay the... So when we do the inverse, who is voting to not pay troops? That would be the Democrats. Interesting. So the ones who are not in favor of paying the military, which is, by the way, the people who have the guns...
Yes,
and
the big guns,
the tanks, and the drones,
big guns, and
the missiles, and the submarines that have missiles on them,
and all the boats,
the aircraft, the planes. You know, the military, and you don't want to pay them, and we do. Interesting, very interesting.
The Democrats voted not to. That is the record. They'll continue to put this bill on the floor. It'll be on the floor again next week in the Senate. And we'll see how many times they want people to go without paychecks. The Republicans are not playing games here.
Do we know what the Democrats' reason for doing this is? Like their official reason?
Yeah. So the one big, beautiful bill that got passed with all the like healthcare changes and getting rid of all the bullshit. They want that to get certain parts of that they want changed.
Okay.
So, more or less, something, to me, this is all such bullshit because that passed. Now, this is something different. And because you didn't get your way, this is literally just throwing a tantrum.
So they're blocking this in order to get concessions on something else that's completely, well, I almost say completely different, but something different, a different bill, the big beautiful bill, because this is not that. This is something supplemental, right? I don't even know what this is about. I wasn't paying attention until it's like, oh, the government shut down. I'm like, oh, well, that happened a lot when we had Biden as president, so I guess it's not that big a deal.
So right now, what the Republicans are proposing is that because they haven't agreed on the budget yet, that they just extend the previous budget, the Biden budget, like extend exactly what was already happening,
right?
So that they can continue to figure out the actual budget. But instead, they're like, nope, we don't want that. We just want to be annoying and throw a tantrum and anything to get drama and get our psycho supporters all riled up and somehow make it seem like this is Trump's fault. And frankly, I love what he's doing. Like he's firing all these people.
He's on fire.
I hope he just goes completely
keeps going. I really do.
He needs to turn up the I don't know why he's being so timid right now. I would be like, all right, every single day I'm cutting 10,000 more jobs or something.
He is walking a line. He is. And he's trying to get stuff done.
He is, but he's also, I think, being too respectful.
I'm doing it anyway.
He needs to do that more.
But there's some things he can do more easily than others. If it's outside of our country, it's much easier for him because he's the president. Because really, the president doesn't have a lot of power inside the country. The executive branch. That really falls to the legislative branch.
I think they should put up a vote, be like, hey, do we allow Trump to do this? And and put it to the people. We should have more voting to the people. And then
that's dangerous. So that's trying to get into democratic territory, like a real democracy.
Maybe, but I think right now people are only unified right now.
I got older and I realized how dumb most people are.
50% isn't enough. 50% isn't enough, though. That's the thing.
No, it has to be like a.
And right now we have a super majority on a whole bunch of topics, and this is where we should be taking the vote. Be like, okay, right now, enough people agree on very specific things that we should take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Jeffries continues to dispute the claim that
because honestly, as popular as the trans shit was, enough people would not have, like, people like us would not have voted for that shit, and there's enough of us that it would not have passed. So even if they tried that shit, like, there's no way. Now in the reverse, there's enough people that are like, no, these Antifa's a bunch of terrorists. Trans people are psycho violent extremists. Like, I think everyone can agree on a bunch of these things.
The Republican spending bill is clean.
What we heard from Republicans was that they passed a clean continuing resolution. Of course they didn't. It was a dirty partisan bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. Then they tried to lie about the nature of the fight and pretend as if Democrats were fighting for anyone other than everyday Americans, working class Americans, and middle class Americans.
CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small is live on.
And see, it's like all the lies. Like, no one, if they're saying they put up the exact same bill that had been passed already 13 times, how is it all of a sudden like Republican priority filled and like somehow like super political? Like, literally, if you already passed it 13 times, what does that mean? That means it would have had to be, if anything, liberal leaning, because that's who the last 13 times was.
Capitol Hill. He joins us right now, Tori. And Jeffries mentioned in that presser that he's holding a caucus meeting. It's underway right now. Is this a sign of a possible movement in all this?
Probably not. I mean, based on what we've seen over the past couple of weeks, Mugo, Democratic leadership and Republican leadership in both the House and Senate are more interested in these public attacks on each other than negotiations that could yield a substantive resolution to the stalemate that we're seeing right now. When asked by our Caitlin Huey-Burns just a few days ago...
The problem is there shouldn't need to be any negotiation. Like, there is literally nothing to negotiate. This is to extend government to continue operating as it was so that they can finish putting together the budget. Like, that's the point of this.
Like, the government isn't shut down because we ran out of money, right? It's shut down because they can't agree on what to do with the money that we have.
Yeah, they haven't voted on how to spend it for the next year.
But they can't agree that, okay, regardless of what we do, either way, we're going to pay the military and the other government workers. So why don't we just go ahead and do that?
They won't do that because they feel like this is their leverage. Exactly. Because they want to make these people that aren't getting paid, they want to try and twist it and get them angry at Trump.
How would this not be bad for them though? Like, how, if I was a Democrat, like, if there's any like truly like hardcore Democrats listening right now, please explain this to me. How does this not anger you as a Democrat, like that your leaders won't pay our workers, our government workers and military?
I'm telling you, they're looking at this as
like no good reason, or if there is a good reason and we don't understand, please
that's the reason. That is the reason. That's what I'm telling you. That's the reason.
It's just childish and stupid.
Yeah.
And they're not suffering for it, but our military and our government workers are.
Yep. And they want to make those people angry at Trump. They want to make those people angry at Trump, even though it's not his problem. Like, it's these people, and they want to use it as leverage to say, you need to change how, like, healthcare and like all this stuff around healthcare. Because apparently what happens is, like, it's just
so they're
like,
trying to use it as leverage is really what they're trying to do.
Yeah, 100%. And apparently, the reason why this is so important...
It's a stupid reason. All right.
Yeah, because it cuts off the backdoor funding. So what happens is apparently there's some, like...
excuse me, slurping.
Like, they pay for all this kind of, like, healthcare for illegals through government, like, write-offs for healthcare providers when they don't get paid, right? So a healthcare provider doesn't get paid. They get some sort of write-off to the government and they get paid for it, but at the expense of the government, and then that money goes back to the politician through donations or whatever to their thing. So they're incentivized to have like as much of that as possible happening. So it's like the government is paying for all this bullshit that then gets like back channeled back to them. So it's like their way of like draining the government, really, and like getting theirs. So that's why they're fighting so hard for it.
Human nature is unfortunate.
Yeah. They're not fighting for it because they want healthcare. They're fighting for it because that's like the money faucet for them.
Because
like
what
the
else
more
is
that they
for
can
my villa on St. Thomas Island, right? Or my island off of St. Thomas.
St. Thomas, yeah.
Leader Schumer was pressed on whether or not he had been in discussion with the Trump administration on any pathway forward. He said to her that he is standing by, his leadership team is standing by, but there was no indication that they are actively looking to broker a deal at this point.
Wow. Okay, well, let's talk about...
Yeah, right now they're not, like, Republicans are not interested in talking to Democrats, and Democrats are making it seem like, oh, if only they'd come, like, negotiate with us. It's like, literally, there's nothing to negotiate.
Negotiating table.
Yeah, there's nothing to negotiate.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, because there's a lot of people who don't really pay attention and don't really know what's going on, because unfortunately did not watch us to learn about what's going on, then they would just take their word for it. Like, oh, the Democrats say it's the Republicans' fault, and I like to think that's true, so I'm going to.
Exactly.
And I won't bother looking into it myself.
Yeah, or
And
what
if
it
I
actually
do, I'm going to watch
means.
CNN or CBS or MSNBC.
MSDNC.
And they're just going to tell me what I want to know. So, right.
Exactly.
That's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
I still say the internet destroyed the world, but we'll see.
Yeah, more specifically social media, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's really a social media destroyed the world.
Firings now underway. Day 10 now of the government shutdown. President Trump making good on his threat to fire federal workers. What we know so far, who's affected? Mary Bruce at the White House.
Day 10 of the government shutdown and with no end in sight. Tonight, President Trump making good on his threat to fire federal workers, sparking confusion and fear. The layoffs announced in a tweet. The president's budget director, Russ Vought, posting that the reductions in force have begun, sending workers scrambling.
It'll be a lot of people.
The White House hasn't said which programs will be targeted or how many workers will ultimately be fired. ABC News has learned tonight layoffs are now happening at the Departments of Education, Health and Human Services, and Treasury. The administration has argued they have to fire workers to afford to keep essential government services up and running, but layoffs have never been required in any previous shutdown. The president himself...
See, people are so twisted. Oh, we never had to do this before. We never blah, blah, blah before. We've never been $34 trillion in debt before. We've never had outspending of our income to this extent before. Why do you think the government owes all these people anything, frankly? And especially, you have chosen to freeze up the money. So what? We're going to pay people to do nothing? Like we're just paying all these people because you chose to not spend the money? Like,
I think it's downright diabolical. I mean, the fact that did you say $42 trillion in debt?
34, I think.
Dear God. We just confirmed it. If I had $200 trillion, that I would basically own the entire planet. So the fact that we have that much debt and we're sending billions upon billions of dollars to foreign entities, not just foreign nations, but like special interest groups, like whatever USAID was doing that Trump shut down. So we now know about, thanks to Doge. I mean, it's like, why are we throwing all this money in other places when we're unable to buy our own eggs? Mm-hmm. And we're like trillions upon trillions of dollars in debt. Like, that's just ridiculous. And they want to keep it. And that's why they're shutting the government down. They won't pay our military, is because they want to keep it going. They want to keep spending money, like oodles and oodles of money. And they're like, okay, we'll just print more, which just causes inflation to go way up, even more than it already has. I think we're seeing the inflation we're seeing is because of this, reckless spending.
The money printing, yeah, absolutely.
Like, oh my gosh, like... And how many times do I go to the bank and I get fresh, like brand new, crisp bills? A lot, actually. Quite often.
They're printing that money, baby. Turn on the printers.
Like, I don't usually get like wrinkly cash unless it's change at like a retail store or, fast food or something like that. Like, it's almost always like if I get out of the ATM, it's always like smells like brand new money. Like, wow.
But that's the thing. They want to keep paying people, even though they want to turn off the payment. Like, what do you want? Do you want the government to keep working or not?
You don't want freaking military people being all angry at you either. It's generally not.
Well, there's military, and then there's there's a bunch of just federal employees too. Like,
I'm not excluding them. No, absolutely. I mean, these are also people that fix roads and keep the lights on, and et cetera, et cetera. So, then bureaucrats, they need jobs too.
But here's the thing. We don't have the money to have people not working and still getting paid, and because you want to throw a tantrum. Like,
Right.
They're trying to equate this to like,
All
this has
could be
never
solved
happened
if you
before.
guys just stop voting against.
Yeah, you know why this never happened
clearly
before?
Responsible bill, right?
Is because we weren't this fucking in debt before, and we're overspending. And guess what? We need to fire these people anyway, and you've been stopping us from doing that. It's like, Jesus, we need to just get rid of all these people.
If it was the bill itself, that's what they'd be crying about, but they're not. So.
And it's specifically around healthcare stuff, really, is for the most part. It's like this affordable healthcare crap and
gotcha.
Which even that is still not affordable. No matter what, it's not affordable.
I don't
like
know
all
why
this stuff is not
are fighting
affordable.
so far. It's not affordable at all. It
Well,
was
at least
for a couple of years when it was new.
Well, with drug
when we had
prices
Obama.
coming down, I think that should ideally reduce the cost of healthcare. Like if the cost of the drugs are less, then the insurance is paying out less. So I don't know. We'll see how it all shakes out. But the point is, we don't have money for you to just throw a tantrum, say we're not spending money. Anyone who's supposed to be working, just whatever, we'll still pay you, but you're not working. No, that's not how it works. Sorry. And well, unless those people can afford to just sit there and like not get paid for however long you decide to not pay them, they're probably going to go look for a different job. You know what I'm saying?
Workers. I'm not sure about the military, but government workers are generally.
Yeah, exactly. The
used to
military
their
is kind of
steady
a little
paycheck.
less. It's not quite as easy to just walk away. You know what I'm saying? But when you're just working a desk job, okay, you probably are going to go find a new job. Like you're not going to just sit there and wait an unknown amount of time for the government to open up again. And he's saying not only are they going to be firing people, also maybe trying to not pay them because it just doesn't make sense. Why are we paying these people?
Well, or Bobby just mentioned a reason too. Because
exactly. That's the infinite money glitch
going, right?
Because then they get paid. As whenever they are paying for the health care for these illegals, they're also, these politicians are getting paid. That's why they don't give a shit about who's getting health care. They care about they're getting paid.
Has been more blunt, saying the shutdown presents an unprecedented opportunity to cut more agencies. And seeking to up the pressure on Democratic lawmakers, he said he will only target Democratic programs.
These are largely people that the Democrats want. Many of them will be fired.
The firings now underway as federal workers are starting to feel the financial impacts of this shutdown. Today, most federal workers receiving only a partial paycheck, their last paycheck until the government reopens. Starting next week, 2 million military service members will get no paycheck at all. And the president has suggested some workers may not get back pay when this is all over. And David, as these mass layoffs were getting underway today, the president went for a physical at Walter Reed, even though he just had his annual exam back in April. And it comes just months after the White House revealed the president has chronic venous insufficiency that can cause swelling. And so the bruises often seen on his hand are due to soft tissue irritation. But the president downplaying today's visit, insisting he's in great health. David.
Mary Bruce live at the White House again tonight. Mary, thank you.
Are you a hot sleeper? Do you find...
Oh, they can't just help themselves with that shit. This is more of just the same. So government is shut down. This idiot. For some reason, I thought he was a Young Turks dude, but I guess he's MSDNC. Is he also Young Turks? I don't know.
I don't watch Young Turks enough.
Protests gather across the country, large and small.
In fact, I've only seen it when you showed it to us the other week.
Chicago this week, we covered it live in the air here, against the escalating lawlessness there by masked federal agents. Tonight, there was a growing crowd in New York to protest the indictment of State Attorney General Letitia James on direct orders from Donald Trump. More and bigger protests are coming because millions of Americans are appalled with the direction the country is going in, and they refuse to be silenced as their communities are being torn apart. And that explains the incredibly
communities being torn apart. It's so crazy. All the kind of twisted and just insanity. Just they feed this just crazy shit. What are you?
My community is
about?
not being torn apart.
Yeah, I've not seen a single one. Honestly, I've not.
In fact, my community's kind of come together more. Is what I've seen.
Crazy. It's unreal.
And downright
mostly in the wake of all these like
Republicans and
shootings and killings and stuff
are part of a terrorist network hell-bent on destroying America. And the Democrats shut down the government. The government
is he talking about Antifa?
The bidding of these evil, violent leftists. This was House Speaker Mike Johnson on Fox.
The theory we have right now, they have a Hate America rally that's scheduled for October 18th on the National Mall. It's all the pro-Hamas wing and the Antifa people. They're all coming out. Some of the House Democrats are selling T-shirts for the event, and it's being told to us that they won't be able to reopen the government until after that rally.
The pro-Hamas wing, the Antifa people. Here was Republican Senator Roger Marshall at almost the exact same time on Newsmax.
October 18th is when the protest gets here. This will be a Soros paid-for protest where his professional protesters show up, the agitators show up. We'll have to get the National Guard out. Hopefully it'll be peaceful. I doubt.
It's so crazy. Like,
who is this guy who costs us so much money?
I know, it's insane.
This Soros guy.
George
Seems like he's funding all these crazy.
Yep, he hates America.
Like extremist groups. Yeah.
Even though, I mean, he made his money here. I don't get it. So,
yep.
You know, whatever.
I think he'd be grateful.
You'd think.
He'd give a little bit back to the country that made him rich.
This is how he's giving back by just causing all these problems. But yeah, it's funny how they want to frame everything like I don't know. This government shutdown is somehow not their fault, and all this stuff with illegals, and like, what is the point of anything? And then when people like what he is saying is like such truth, but why is it even? Why do people even say it's not true? Like this is the absolute truth, like plainly stated.
On October 18th is when the protest gets here. This will be a Soros paid for protest where his professional protesters show up.
So we know we have paid protesters that all they do is protest. Like that is their job. Yep. They don't have a real job. They just are and the way they protest is they agitate.
What are we protesting today?
They try and escalate everything. It's not like they're just peacefully standing there with a sign. Like they are trying to get people escalated and elevated and all this. Like nothing about it's good. Nothing about it's good. And there's no actual fundamental thing they're fighting for other than to be a like anti what's there. It's like it doesn't even make sense. You don't have a goal. Your goal is just to be in opposition. That's it.
Agitators show up. We'll have to get the National Guard out. Hopefully it'll be peaceful. I doubt it.
You doubt it? The National Guard's going to come out? A Soros paid for a protest. I doubt it will be peaceful. By mid-morning, Republican leaders were pushing these lies out to the national media.
And as the speaker pointed out this morning, one of the other things that's being reported now is that one of the dates it looks like they're holding the government hostage over is the 18th of the month, where they're having this Hate America rally in Washington. And Democrats want to keep the government shut down to show all of those people that are going to come here and express their hatred towards this country that they're fighting President Trump.
This is about one thing and one thing only, to score.
Yeah, because what is the point of any of it? They don't have a point. Their point is anti-Trump. That's their point. There's no point. Yeah. The point is, we don't like Trump.
Trump is bad because he's the president. The vast majority.
You don't have an actual point. It's like, he's like fascist. Okay, more specifically, like, can we get into he's a fundamental threat to democracy? Okay. What exactly is the threat here?
Yeah,
like more specific. Give me an example. And then like this ICE stuff or whatever. It's like, okay, well, we have all these illegal people and we're getting them out of here. Like, what is the problem? Like, I don't even.
Because they're breaking up families. It's like, well, no, if their family wants to go with them, they can.
Yeah, why are they here?
They're not stopping them.
Here. Yeah, I don't get it.
They want to stay and they're legal, they can stay, but
like literally every day that family is together, they are knowingly and willfully breaking the law. Like, I don't understand. Why do I have any like sympathy for that?
With the terrorist wing of their party, which is set to hold, as Leader Scalise just commented on, a Hate America rally in D.C. next week.
I mean, really, guys? Really? The terrorist wing of the party? A Hate America rally? There is a very large peaceful protest that is planned for October 18th. By the way, I don't think the Democrats have any relationship to whether they're holding the government hostage over it. It's completely one has nothing to do with the other. That protest is not going to just be in Washington, but it's going to be in thousands of communities across the country. Now, I'm going to tell you something. It's not called.
He says one has not to do with the other, but they do. They are funding this, and they're not going to open the government before this because they want to show that. Because if they did, then what kind of message would that be, right? So for sure, the next week is going to be shut down still. And then at this rally, they're going to be like
for another. It looks like 7 days. Then, this is next Saturday. Then, right after, they'll maybe sign off on the bill and let it go, and then they can say, "Look, we won the pressure of no kings." The Republicans give in to our demands. Now we can pay you.
Oh, that's true. Even if they don't get anything, they'll just be like, "Yay, we won."
Right. Exactly.
Oh my god!
If they say it enough, they start to believe it themselves. Apparently, if you say it enough, it becomes true. Apparently. If I project my subjective truth enough and loud enough, it will become the objective truth.
2/3 of $6 million thinks it's going to be at least 25 days of shutdown, which puts us out 2 more weeks. 30 days is about 50-50, and then more than 35 days, about 40%. So Kalshi is...
3 weeks is a long time to go without a paycheck if you're used to having a paycheck every week. Absolutely.
So I think the military... Oh, yeah, it'd be the 1st, the 15th. Okay, so yeah.
The military is another matter that's like problematic because while you can still feed the military, they're not going to starve to death or anything. Like their money that they earn that they don't use usually goes to their families.
Yeah.
So that's a problem.
Yeah.
Potentially, especially for officers who are married.
So, I mean, it seems like for
or
sure
really any of them that are married
we're going to get
kids.
At least another week of shutdown, and then more than likely another week after that. And then 50-50 another week after that still. So, I don't know. We're looking at a few weeks, and for what? I don't really understand.
The Hate America protest, they couldn't actually say the name of the protest because it would be so obviously American in its name. It is the No Kings protest. No Kings being a value, I think, that unites all of us as Americans. Republicans are trying to paint this as some kind of reverse January 6th plot by leftist terrorists. But it's a lie. It's a despicable lie, honestly, and a dangerous one, because there was already a No Kings protest earlier this year.
For months, we have all been asking for a sustained ceasefire.
Remember? We both lived through it. It's not that long ago. You might have even been there if you're listening to this right now. I covered it live at this desk, along with the other estimated 5 million Americans who were there of every background and age, and they marched, and they danced, and they sang, and they carried signs, some of them smart, snarky, some of them quite funny, all across the country, in more than 2,000 cities and towns. It was held on June 14th, Flag Day. It even outdrew Donald Trump's birthday parade of army tanks that same day. Remember that? So, when all those MAGA Republicans went out in advance of the protest to try to criminalize protected political activity, the organizers of the upcoming No Kings rally responded, quote, "After a few moments of laughter, the No Kings Coalition issued the following statement. Speaker Johnson is running out of excuses for keeping the government shut down. Instead of reopening the government, preserving affordable health care, or lowering costs for working families, he's attacking millions of Americans who are peacefully coming together to say that America belongs to its people, not the kings. We'll see everyone on October 18th. The group reaffirmed its commitment."
Oh my god, and see, that's the thing. These idiots think they're like part of something that is like important or like somehow matters because like all these paid people are there and like, oh, look at this cool balloon, man, like that's so cool. And look how obnoxious and screechy, and like, look, we shut down the whole city and we're like standing in the street being obnoxious because I don't know, any reason, I guess. And like they don't have a purpose. It's just, I don't know. It's crazy. And these people just gobble it up. They just gobble.
To nonviolence and said its organizers were trained in de-escalation. Republicans, led by the Speaker of the House, are telling the public that a peaceful demonstration on national wall, again, we already had one, right? This isn't just a thought experiment. We had a big one in June. They're planning another one. But this will actually be a gathering of organizations the administration has formally designated in an executive order as violent terrorists. And again, it's preposterous and comical at one level, but again, like this is incendiary and incredibly dangerous. That's the point. They understand these protests are powerful. They are trying to intimidate people from turning out with lies and conspiracy theories. Just as officials like Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem have churned out government propaganda videos and media interviews where, again, they're trying to pull off this like lame Jedi mind trick where they just like tell us that we're not seeing what we're seeing. This totally alternate reality, totally untethered to delude people to believing cities like Portland and Chicago are war-torn hellholes. When even Noem is being met, oh, there they are. Oh my God, there they are. The guy in the chicken suit.
Oh my god, and this guy's such a fucking retard, and we'll see some more about Oregon and and Chicago later, but this is in the middle of the day when nothing's going on. You have, okay, wait a few hours and tell me that it's the same, but no, this is like the dishonesty, the cherry picking, just everything about it is just, if they, either they're willfully like ignorant, meaning they just don't even bother, like they they don't even want to even try and look into it and just are repeating what they've heard, or they're lying, like they know that what they're saying is not true and because they've seen it. But like there's not really any other option. I don't understand. Like, this is not the truth. So I don't know.
Polite crowd of protesters.
It's like, why do we listen to these people?
And unicorns. That's what.
Yeah, and then he has this, so there's no way he doesn't even know. Like, look, is this the same? Is that the same as what we just saw? Is that even close, retard? Does anyone notice a difference here? No.
Like a froggy.
It's crazy.
What's going on? Of course, there are protests around the world and around the country. In Portland, Chicago, we're seeing regular people standing up for their neighbors. We're seeing people protest in the face of more footage of escalating abuses. Again, that is the precipitating incident in all this, right? Abuses by masked federal agents acting on Trump's orders.
What's your name?
Debbie Brockman, I work for WGN. Please let them know.
I got you. Yep. Debbie Browning? Brockman, WGN. You guys want to share your names too, or you're just going to cover your face?
Now, that woman there is Debbie Brockman. She's an employee of WGN TV in Chicago, the network. She's being forced to the ground and cuffed by not one, not two, but 3 agents. DHS says they arrested her today for allegedly assaulting a federal agent as she was throwing things at them while she was out reporting. WGN says she was not charged with any crimes and was released, so we're going to let you decide whether DHS's official statement about her arrest was truthful.
See, and even that, what is he even saying right here? Like, she apparently threw some shit at the car and then, I'm assuming, hit one of these guys when they, like, stopped or, like, approached her about it. But, of course, there's no video of any of that. But,
No.
They're saying she was throwing stuff at the vehicle while they were detaining someone else. And now he's saying, oh, they let her go. And so he's like, oh, well, were they lying? It's like, okay, would you rather they press charges against her?
Right. I mean, they could. They decided not to.
Like, Jesus, man. Like, oh, they must be lying then. Like, okay, well, do we really want to play this game? Fine. Like, literally, that's why I think we go back to the first thing we looked at, right? Like, fine. Every single thing, prosecute. Let's go. Let's hire some more judges. It doesn't matter. Let's go. You know, like, is that the only way you're going to learn? Every single one of these people need to get, like, a misdemeanor? Or, I don't know, felony? Is that I'm assuming that's a felony. You attacked a government vehicle. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If it's just the vehicle, it might be a misdemeanor. Especially if it didn't actually cause damage.
So this is apparently more deep fake racism from Hakeem Jeffries, because apparently liberals are so retarded they can't tell the difference between clearly an AI like generated fake video that's like a meme.
Where's his sombrero? I thought he always wore it.
And had a giant ass mustache. Yeah, exactly.
It's a disgusting
He shaved.
video, and we're going to continue to make clear bigotry will get you nowhere.
It's disgusting.
It's fighting to protect the
There it is.
of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault. It's a disgusting.
I think this guy should get trolled for the rest of his career.
He should. Nobody should take him serious ever.
He's a joke.
Bobby sent me this one. This is a campaign ad for Tampon Tim. Oops, sorry.
And there's nothing like it.
See those maps? Red and blue, and there's all that red across there, and Democrats go into depression over it. It's mostly rocks and cows that are in that red area.
I've seen how we help each other through the hard times.
But I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times.
But it's in these moments we have to come together.
I called Donald Trump a wannabe dictator. You bullied the shit out of him.
And I'll never stop fighting to protect us from the chaos, corruption, and cruelty coming out of Washington.
Well, maybe it's time for us to be a little meaner.
May his fat ankles find something today.
We do not have the luxury to fight amongst ourselves while that thing sits in the White House.
We can't lose hope, because I've seen what we can do when we work together.
Think of how easy it would be to be a damn Republican. Oh, what should I wear today? This stupid freaking red hat.
Cutting taxes for the middle class.
However, there are also taxes going up for most Minnesotans.
While also making the largest investments in public safety.
One of the few tweets we've had from any kind of official source tonight, and in my opinion, that is inexcusable. We have reached out to the governor, to the mayor of St. Paul, to the mayor of Minneapolis, both police chiefs. We are getting no response tonight.
we've raised graduation rates to the highest ever.
Most Minnesota students are falling behind state standards in math, and only about 50% of students are proficient in reading.
Dang.
It's funny because I keep saying like the kids can't read these days, and I swear we get a lot of pushback in chat, but this is literally what every single statistic I've seen is like half the kids can't read good. I don't know. I mean, that's every time I see anyone talk about it. It's like half the kids.
And proficient just means, you know, basic capability.
Mm-hmm. This isn't like Shakespearean level.
Yeah.
You know, we don't
This is
need.
not. Yeah, exactly.
This can you at a basic level operate? Nope.
Fraud and protect our tax dollars.
Bribes, falsified records, and taxpayers charged to help dead people find housing.
Thousands of dollars for work that's not being done. Fake meetings.
They just billed us for nothing.
Forged names.
I did not sign this legal document.
Homeless veterans.
I never met any of these people.
Dead people billed. Phantom services.
For that 14,000, you got what?
Nothing.
Now I'm hitting the road.
What's wrong is our country's being controlled by fascists and Nazis, and we're trying to do all we can.
I'll see you out there.
It's so crazy. All they can ever say is fascist Nazi, threat to democracy, blah, blah. It's like, literally, it doesn't mean anything.
Threat to
It doesn't
democracy
mean
as we know it.
anything.
As far as I remember, they said if Donald Trump became our president again, then it was only a matter of months before our nation completely collapsed.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know. It didn't happen. In fact, didn't happen at all.
In fact.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, if anything, I think we kind of.
Oh, I also think there was supposed to be a national ban on abortion, and that didn't happen. That's what I had somebody warned me about that one.
Yeah. Well,
I'm like, nope.
Yeah, a bunch of
Don't think
crazy
so.
stuff with that, but yeah, that is up to states now, which, you know, for better or worse, but the government shouldn't be monitoring all these things. We need less government, especially at the federal level. This lady right here, complete psycho, thinks she's going to be the next governor of California.
You breaking the internet. California Democrat candidate for governor, Katie Porter. She can't answer a basic question.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, man?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%. Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're thinking.
In a general election, yes. If it is me versus a Republican, I think that I will win the people who did not vote for Trump.
See, this is like the level of arrogance the Democrats have, I swear to God. They can't understand that. They just like, yeah, anyone who was like didn't vote for Trump obviously would vote for me, like, because that's all that matters in their brain. Like they don't have anything that they're standing on. It's not because, oh, this person has XYZ value and that's why they're going to vote for me. It's, oh, if they didn't vote for Trump, then of course they're going to vote for me. Like, really?
What if it's you versus another Democrat?
I don't intend that to be the case.
Okay, hold on, because it actually gets a lot worse.
Well, to those voters. Okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered
I don't
our
care.
follow-ups.
I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
Ms.
And
Porter,
we're just going to circle around.
I am an investigative
I have never had to do
reporter.
this before, ever.
You've never had to have a conversation with
to end
a
an
reporter?
interview.
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
What part of...
The hell?
I'm me. I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. So I am...
Because she's a leader who can't
She's a
answer
leader.
questions
Who
or
doesn't
handle...
want to answer any questions that don't make her comfortable.
Yep, or feel good, or that isn't a positive conversation with her that she feels like having. Like, that's not a leader. What are you talking about, psycho? I know, it's this fat blob. Like, who are you leading? Oh, a bunch of Karens?
Going to make.
So you're not going to answer questions from reporters? Okay, why don't we go through? I will.
Who is this woman?
To ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist.
She's trying to be the
I will
governor.
Go through and ask these.
I don't really care that much.
You don't want to answer. So nearly
where is she coming from?
I don't want to have.
Where's her authority?
Experience with you, and I don't want this all on camera.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience.
I don't know what her background is, but let's find what's
it's horrible.
With you either.
You don't get it. She doesn't want an unhappy experience. She doesn't.
What is she wearing? Is that her actually? Who is this?
Want this to be unpleasant, so stop asking follow-up.
She wearing like a mask,
like Katie Porter.
Cat mask.
She showed up once to an impeachment vote on Halloween, dressed as Batgirl. No one else dressed up to the party. So how does Katie Porter also treat those in her inner circle? Well, she's also accused of being a bad boss and demoting an aide who gave her COVID. During her divorce, her ex-husband accused her of dumping scalding mashed potatoes on his head.
Oh, that's this bitch?
Oh,
she was like,
about that.
She was abusing her husband and like poured potatoes on his head.
Well, we reached out to her office for a statement on that one.
Well, that's kind of. I mean, if they were really hot,
it
this
is
stuff.
The interview breaking the internet. California candidate for governor, Katie Porter. She can't answer a basic question.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted?
Yep, that's what leaders do. They pour potatoes on the head of their husband who they're supposed to love. Great. All right. Well, definitely can see her winning California, actually. I mean, I don't know. I think she fits right in.
I think, unfortunately, she is a contender.
It's crazy. All right.
When you consider who she's running up against.
We're doing okay on time. I'm going to try and pick up the pace. We have a little bit Asmongold here. He says something that I hope people understand and can hear. I know no one will, but this is why I get so frustrated with these stupid liberals.
The Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, had an Asmongold-related meltdown. So this is the title of the video here. Asmongold says protesters should be used for slave labor. Now, this isn't completely wrong, but it's certainly not completely right. And so anyway, let's go back. We're going to watch the clip, and we're going to see how they approach it, okay? How about that? Let's go ahead and let's listen to it and see what was said. That's not defamation? Well, no, I'll watch it. It's okay.
Criticizing the right wing, saying about if the shoe was on the other foot. Now, this brother comes along. I don't know who Assman is. I mean, people say maybe that he's got a following, but I've never heard of him, right?
Okay.
And his co-conspirator, Jägermeister or whatever, right?
I don't even know who Jägermeister is. Actually, I do. He was a guy in my guild. He was a Death Knight in my guild in World of Warcraft. And you definitely don't know who he is. So I don't know which Jägermeister he's talking about.
This guy's talking about, run over protesters. I don't mind it, he said.
Yes.
So you don't mind extreme violence, running over somebody with a car, okay?
Well, yeah, if they block your road, yeah, absolutely. If they don't let you try to get by and they crowd your car, I think you absolutely should be able to run them over. And you can see how, and this is what I think is very funny about this, is that people like this always like misrepresenting. This is why I don't debate with people. It's because they're just liars.
This is my favorite dentist hack to keep my retainer. If you wear a retainer every night like I do, you know how...
Oh, come on.
Try to get by and they crowd your car, I think you absolutely should be able to run them over. And you can see how, and this is what I think is very funny about this, is that people like this always like misrepresenting. This is why I don't debate with people. It's because they're just liars. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't debate and argue and, have a conversation with a person whenever they're not operating on the same wavelength as you are. So when you have somebody like Cenk who's saying like, oh, well, you're just trying to run over protesters, etc., you're not even trying to engage with the conversation. You're not even trying to understand the point of view that I'm putting forward. You're intentionally misunderstanding it in order to make an argument, which is like, that's fine. You want to do that, go ahead and do that. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to take it seriously, okay?
The intentional misunderstanding. And I saw a meme the other day, like, liberals spend so much time pretending they don't understand things that we're done pretending to care about you. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God, like, everything with them is like, oh, blah. Like, either...
It's always twisting every narrative to their own benefit, regardless.
And it being like a lie. And it's like they know they're not even, like, being truthful. It's just like...
Like, they just don't give a shit anymore. They just don't care.
It's just
like, I know
natural.
I'm lying. Everyone else knows I'm lying, but I'm doing it anyway because if I say it enough stupid people listen to me. It'll make it true.
is crazy.
I mean, true enough, I'll still get paid.
It's like, it's one thing, like, I love when people come in here and they're actually civil and we can talk about things. It's like, great. But when you come in here and you're just like crazy, like, what am I supposed to do with that? Like, you're not even trying. Like, someone responded to our last video like 63 times. Like, I went back and forth with them like so much.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, and they
you tried really hard too. You're like, this is what I think. What do you think about that? And they're just like, ugh. Just like, okay.
I know the intentional.
Like, look, you wouldn't even answer my question. You're like, I gave up. Like, I tried. It's like 15 times in a row I tried.
It's like, it's crazy. I spent like so much time just responding, which whatever, like, great, it's engagement, but like, this person also like spent so much time responding, you know what I'm saying? Like, someone spent all that time, and I'm like, you're spending so much time, well, intentionally fooling yourself into believing something. Like, that's the part that drives me crazy. It's like, you're spending all this time. How about
a lot of effort?
You just spend it with like an open mind and like come to an actual reasonable conclusion instead of just finding a way to fit it into your preconceptions. It's so crazy.
I think human beings are really good at lying to themselves, unfortunately.
It's crazy. They are.
I know I was.
I know. And it's hard to see it when it's happening, and then it's like so easy afterward. You're like,
when you get away from it, it's also hard to remember how it used to be sometimes.
So I don't know. It's crazy. I wish these people would spend as much time, because I used to listen to this guy even. Like, I would watch his show like literally every day when I was at work.
I remember watching him back like years ago when I was more liberal-minded.
Yeah, and I didn't see anything wrong with it at the time. And I'm like, oh, man,
this guy makes sense. I'll just listen to him. He just seems like he knows what he's talking about.
So I get it. These people, like, I don't 100% fault them, but when they're just like unhinged and like can't even like take a second to be like, let me actually use this effort.
This dude's on like mainstream news. The guy that Asmongold is watching, because I know I've seen him before.
He
but
occasionally shows up on
YouTube.
mainstream. Yeah, he occasionally is.
Okay.
I don't think he has like a full-time gig on any mainstream news.
No, more like he was like a guest of something.
Yeah,
that's why I'm
occasionally.
Okay.
So let's go back. Moving goalposts. Yeah. I clearly was not talking about any protester. Why would I think that? I mean, like, what is the logic here?
But you know what? Why don't we instead arrest them for exercising one of the most fundamental American rights, freedom of speech? The one, remember, that you guys
freedom of
pretended you were in favor of?
Yes. The freedom of speech. Like, it's about religion. Being able to assemble, freedom of association, freedom of the press, and also the really important one that Jink is obviously reminding me of is freedom of rocks. That's right. First Amendment, it says that you can say whatever you want, believe whatever you want, and also throw rocks at whoever you want. That's what the First Amendment says very clearly. And I don't know really what to say about this, but that's where things go. Freedom of rocks. Yeah. Rocks of speech,
because they're natural and organic.
Yeah, apparently a lot
as long as they're free-range rocks.
For me, to say that maybe you should be murdered or be made my slave, my freedom of speech, good.
Well, I mean, I don't know why this is such a contentious topic. Like, wouldn't it be good if we could have prisoners that are in jail and they're fucking in prison for 20 years doing some work so we can save money? Like, how is this even a debate? Like, we used to do this for years. Like, why are we even debating this at all? It's obviously a good idea. What are we even talking about? And so anyway, did he call you ass man? He did. He did call me that. And so I am Jägermeister. I don't know who Jägermeister is at all, but let me go back. I'll see if I can.
You should be murdered or be made my slave.
So yes, and this is again what my perspective is. I think that if you initiate deadly force against somebody, that person should be allowed to respond with deadly force against you. So I view throwing a rock at a person as deadly force. And so because a police officer is a person, I think that if you throw a rock at a police officer should be able to respond with deadly force by shooting you. That's my logic. That's my reasoning. And that's also Florida's logic and Florida's reasoning. That's exactly what Florida does. So if you're mad at me for saying this, that's totally okay. But you also have to understand that there is an entire state in our country that has the exact same viewpoint on this than I do. Don't try to act like I'm some extreme radical or some crazy person when there are states with millions of people in it that agree with this. And I think that most people agree with this too at a very fundamental level. Like if somebody threw a rock at Cenk Uygur, I would say that if you wanted to shoot that guy, go ahead. Like if somebody's trying to hit you in the head with a rock, I mean, what are we talking about here? Why are we trying to rationalize and justify violent, aggressive behavior from people that are trying to destroy property and actively trying to subvert the law? That's it. Nobody wants to have rocks thrown at them. Nobody wants to have anything like this happen to them. It's insane that we should expect police officers to be punching bags. It's unfair to them. It's entitled to the people who are angry. And it's also just the wrong thing to do. Like, this is the thing with me, is that I'm actually the only person that cares about doing the right thing. But a lot of other people don't. It's sad to see, but that's where we're at.
my freedom of speech. Good. And by the way, I wouldn't cancel that. I don't mind him saying the terrible things that he says. Now we know who he is.
Sure.
So, and I'm not afraid of his speech.
Yes.
I'm not afraid that the majority of Americans are going to look at that and go, oh yeah, well, I think we should, instead of having freedom of speech, if anyone exercises...
They did. That's why they voted for Trump. They did. They did agree with me. That's why they voted for him. He was saying this himself.
Damn it, I feel like there's way more commercials than normal.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of commercials today.
Freedom of speech in a way that I don't like politically. We should arrest them, take away all their rights, make sure they can't
And
vote.
you can see how I don't know why there's so much obfuscation that goes around with this topic. And actually, I'm saying that, but that's not true. I do know exactly why. So basically, every time that I talk about how police should deal with any sort of rioter or somebody being violent towards them, everybody that is against this always tries to shift the conversation about protesting, as if protesting includes violence, as if protesting includes destroying property and throwing rocks at people and throwing fireworks at them. The fact is that that's never what protesting was. That's never what it has been, and that's not what it should be, and it's never what it will be. And the fact is that whenever people do this, they intentionally try to misunderstand an argument, and you have to understand why are they misunderstanding the argument. The reason why they're misunderstanding it is because they don't want to understand it, because they can't argue against the actual argument. They can only argue against the straw man of the argument, because any reasonable person would come to the very obvious conclusion that yes, if somebody is initiating deadly force against you, you should be able to defend yourself with deadly force. This is obviously the case. But for whatever reason, they're not willing to accept that. And the reason why they don't want to accept that is because they want rocks thrown at police officers. It's because they want property to be destroyed. It's because they want this chaos, because this chaos feeds into the narrative that Trump is creating the chaos, when it's in fact not the case. Trump is not creating the chaos. People are creating the chaos because they don't like what Trump is doing, which is a very different thing. And so that's why they want to silence him. Exactly. And so for them, and this is what I find to be so interesting, and I'm not saying that Jinx says this at all, but this is a very common thing that, left-wing people do, is that they say that certain types of words are violent rhetoric and violent speech and should be spoken down about, but also whenever they're actually being violent, well, they think that's just freedom of speech. And it's like this weird inversion of logic that you see happen everywhere, where you have some people that are talking about freedom of speech, but then they're being violent. They think that violence is speech, and they also think that speech is violence. It's like a complete inversion of logic, reality, rationality.
So that about sums it up. I saw this and was like, holy crap, everything about this is exactly right, and I don't understand, it's the intentional, willful misunderstanding of everything. The intentional, willful misunderstanding of every point that anyone's trying to make, and then replacing it with a gotcha, well, if then I guess you don't want the First Amendment, I guess you don't care about the Constitution. No.
Therefore, you're a threat against a fundamental.
You're a fascist and a Nazi and a homophobe and an Islam.
Yeah, exactly.
And all the words come out, but it's like, well, in fact, what I'm saying is we shouldn't have rioting and people, burning down cities and stealing everything.
Also, all this constant pseudo protesting diminishes actual protesting, actual things that are important that may come up or are existing that people don't talk about because they're so busy talking about Orange Man bad.
I mean, that's true. It kind of, it was a boy who cried wolf or whatever, but also this is also pseudo protest in that they are intentionally agitating. This isn't
exactly.
Hey, we're protesting.
It's not true protesting. It is agitating, and that is not protected by the First Amendment. It's very specific.
Yeah.
If your intention is violence and cause unrest, that's bad. And that's why we have things like the National Guard. So keep it in your pants.
This is more of the same, so we just watched Asmongold because I wanted to lay the groundwork a little bit. We have people that are intentionally not understanding the point that's trying to be made.
I do like that. That makes a lot of sense. It fits what we see.
And then so that coming up, we'll see a bunch of this kind of crap. So I wanted to just point those out. I thought he said it very well, and it lays the groundwork for a lot of what we're about to see. And we're going to refer back to what he just said, and we'll see it over and over in these upcoming clips.
Growing anger and distrust that the American people are feeling toward the Trump administration.
Which American people are growing in their distrust of Trump? This is crazy to me.
I don't think anyone is, because the lefters that really don't like Trump, they've always like distrusted him to the extreme, so it can't get any more distrustful.
Yeah, exactly.
And the rest of us all voted for him, and so far he's basically been doing everything he said he was going to do.
But these liberals convinced
maybe,
themselves.
You know, some of the ways he's done it, I suppose you could disagree with, like maybe with the Venezuela thing, maybe, you know, like how he's going about doing it, you could maybe argue, but
I'm okay
it's not
with it.
specifics that they're arguing. They're just arguing this real broad. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just repeating what you're trying to say. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Like who is saying this? I don't know.
Exactly. But and then they convince themselves of it. They convince themselves that there's like buyer's remorse. Like who's the buyer's remorse? Nobody's got buyer's remorse. Like if anything, we're upset he's not going far enough. Like turn up the dial.
I feel that way. I did feel that way with Biden though. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I actually voted for that guy.
Well, I did not, so I'm okay with that.
I did. I did. I'm like, he's not doing any of the stuff that I thought he was going to do. And as far as I can tell, he's actually dead, and somebody else is running this country, and he's just a deep
zombie.
fake. And I'm like, no, he's not a deep fake, because we just saw him like basically fall on one single flight of stairs like 15 times. So I was like, what's going on? I don't know, but I really feel bad about what I did. I feel so bad.
I know, and they want to call out Trump for his health. It's like, did you not see the zombie that just left? Like, how are you comparing these two people? And Trump's older. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, there's no comparison. I mean, I don't know what Biden did to himself to get as old as he did, as quickly as he did.
He sold his soul, man.
Trump apparently is taking better care of himself. So
yeah, he's playing golf every day.
He's pretty darn spry for his age. So
he should probably lose some weight, but other than that, I think he's all right.
Yeah, I think he eats pretty well.
Too much McDonald's, man.
I hope not. I hope it's more just like too much caviar, but
ew.
And then what they're seeing in the streets of America.
Better food than McDonald's, because that'll clog the arteries.
Has become so nearly universally disliked that it has even reached the traditionally conservative.
Universally disliked these ICE raids? No. I'm pretty sure everyone is like, why aren't we doing more? This is the minimum. This is the minimum effort that I would have expected. Like, this is almost sub-minimal, but you're barely minimally doing what I wanted.
Conservative world.
Well, we know why it's taking so long.
Grammy Award-winning singer-songwriter Zach Bryan released a clip of a new song on social media directly calling out the cruelty of mass deportations.
The cruelty of mass deportation.
Years is a country.
And he served in the Navy? Yeah, right. You are not a patriot at all.
And just last month, he set the record for the largest ticketed concert in U.S. history. Listen to his new song.
My friends are all degenerates, but they're all I got. The generational story of dropping the plot. I heard the cops came.
That's the music?
Cocky motherfuckers, ain't they? And ice is gonna come bust down your door. Try to build a house, no one builds no more. But I got a telephone. Kids are all scared and all alone. The boss stopped bumping the rock, stop rolling, my middle fingers rising, and I won't stop showing. Got some bad news. The fading of a red, white, and blue.
Yeah, from little faggots like you, I swear to God, this makes me so angry. Like, oh, what are you talking about? You know, it makes just, I cannot even stand this shit.
Notable at this moment. Notable. Growing anger and distrust.
Excuse me.
Anyway, so we got the anti-patriot over here who, I don't know, I'm assuming he liked being in the little submarine with all the dudes. I don't know what else he was doing, but he definitely is not a man or a patriot. All right, how ICE spies on American citizens. Very interesting. All of this kind of bullshit narrative they're kind of shoving down everyone's throat, and all of this is so twisted. I swear to God, as we go through this, it just makes me so angry.
It seems like not an hour goes by without another brutal arrest by Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Another brutal arrest. I know, right? We're 5 seconds in.
With sticks and
We're
spikes
5
and,
seconds in, and we're already shoving this narrative right down there. CNN, here we go. My favorite.
Probably seen the aggressive tactics in videos online. While many people...
Yeah, and how many of these people were armed? How many of these people got shot? How many of these people had plenty of opportunity to not have this happen this way?
Yeah, if he didn't lock himself into the cab, they wouldn't have to break the window.
Yeah. It's just none of this is honest. None of this is coming from any sort of genuine anything. This is all just propaganda fucking bullshit.
Yeah. But of course, they make it look like the ICE just run up and like bash your window and pull you out, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, any just random American
like,
just sitting there minding their own business.
So we can talk to you. No. Are you this guy? Go away. All right. Well, I can't go away. It's my job to detain you. Like, if you don't come, I'm gonna have to get
I will have
violent.
To get you out of there another way.
We'll have to get forceful. Let's say that. We'll have to get forceful. I don't know what they actually say, so I've never been an illegal immigrant before. Whenever I've gone to a foreign country, I've always gotten permission before I went there, if they require it.
Exactly, and follow the law. I bet when you're there, you follow the law.
Right. But I still follow the rules.
That's crazy.
Disturbing. Others question why this matters to them at all. If they're not here in the US illegally, do they really have to care? Isn't this just law enforcement in action? Today, we're going to be breaking down how ICE's expansion of power will impact everybody in the US. This is Incognito Mode. Social media monitoring is one of the big ways that the US government surveils a lot of people. In fact, if you're posting online, they're probably surveilling you right now.
Well, first off, I don't post shit.
Are we being surveilled?
It doesn't really matter to me. But I feel like you're posting something publicly anyway. Like, what do you expect? Like, this isn't like they're going out of their way to, like, search your computer, like put something on your computer that's tracking everything you type. Literally, you put something out on the internet with your name and your face, and you want to proclaim all these things. That's the same as videotaping in public, right? Like, if I can see something in public, I can record it, like with whatever, right? So it's the same. Yep. You literally put something into public that anyone anywhere can see, then there's no problem. This isn't like they're going out of their way to like infiltrate your private computer files and like look at everything you've ever typed into a Word document.
No.
The State Department has expanded,
and like social media anyway should be probably way more restricted. And if you're going to go onto social media and be a complete psychopath and say all this crazy shit, well, you kind of did us all a favor by letting us know that you're a complete psychopath, and we probably should keep an eye on you. Like,
yeah, to a degree, I would agree with that. I mean, you are putting it out there in the public. That's, I mean, the same reason when people do stupid stuff and post stupid crap on social media and get fired from their jobs for said stupid stuff. I mean, I have no sympathy for that. Like, I mean, really?
Yeah, you went out of your way to go.
They just get ignored because they don't
proclaim how great you are
on TikTok. I mean, maybe they don't, but
I mean, regardless, you're putting something out into the public for anyone to see that you. I mean, you clearly are proud of it, or like you're at least proud enough that you like want it attached to your name and face, like I don't know, man. And
Agreed.
if you want to be one of these people that just sits behind a keyboard and you know. Says all this psycho shit, but you want to be anonymous, like, no thank you. Like, you either come out and show us who you are or shut the fuck up and be quiet.
Its use of social media surveillance to monitor anybody who wants to enter the US. But even if you're not a traveler here, you're probably being surveilled. The Independent reports that ICE is expanding its use of social media surveillance to search for anti-ICE sentiment. So if you're going to a protest or posting about ICE online in ways that they might not like, you're probably getting scooped up into a surveillance machine you might not even know exists.
And that's a good thing, actually, you retard. Like, this is exactly what you want to happen.
What do you think the NSA does?
And frankly, if they were better at it, guess what? Charlie Kirk probably wouldn't have died because there was a whole bunch of people posting on social media about it ahead of time. So, like, in fact, if we were better at this shit, we could probably stop things from happening.
Yeah. Like the Minority Report.
And if you're going to go on there and post something, again, you're doing this knowing that it's public. This isn't like you went into a private group chat somewhere and the government like weaseled its way in and is like spying on you. You went out of your way to, in public. Oh my God.
Yeah, declare it.
It's been reported that one social media surveillance tool used by government agencies, including SocialNet, which can reportedly monitor up to 200 websites, social media platforms, and other online spaces. Some of these platforms include Facebook, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, TikTok, Reddit, PayPal, OnlyFans, Cash App, WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, Chess.com for some reason. Pretty much anywhere you are online, SocialNet is probably watching. It's been reported that ICE's Homeland Security Investigations Division has directly contracted with Shadow Dragon, which makes SocialNet. The problem with social media surveillance is that, by its very nature, it's a massive dragnet operation. They're collecting data on basically everyone, especially anyone who's posting online all the time. This massive amount of data that's being collected doesn't just go away.
Collecting data, especially on people who post online all the time. Well, if you're going out of your way to post things into a public... I don't understand what is even the point of any of this. Like, ooh, scary, they're coming for you. Well, if you're that concerned about your publicly stated opinions being something that are worth monitoring, maybe just don't say them in public. I don't know.
All this data is likely being stored and can potentially be used at any point in the future to target you for anything. So right now, these tools are being used to target one kind of speech, but in the future, an administration could choose to use it to target something entirely different. A big problem with social media surveillance is that it can chill speech. You might not post about things online if you know that ICE agents or other law enforcement are flagging your speech just because you said a certain keyword or expressed a certain sentiment. That's going to dissuade people from exercising their First Amendment rights, going to protests, or speaking out against things they disagree with.
If you aren't willing to stand up and say this is, like, why do you get to say it? Like, I don't understand what the point, again, what is the point of this? You want to be an anonymous, annoying piece of shit that has nothing but just screech, nonsense, blah, blah, blah. But you want to be completely hidden because you know that is nobody's going to put up with that shit. Like, I don't know. None of this makes any sense to me. But this is the propaganda. Like, they're pushing it like, oh, we got surveillance state coming. Well, really? The surveillance state, like, looking at publicly available information? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see both sides of that argument, but I think the bottom line is that this vast network of public opinions exists, and it would really be irresponsible for the government not to monitor it for danger.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's usually signs. Now, really big danger would probably be intelligent enough not to publicly post their plans before they do them. But
maybe.
But if they, if we're lucky, they will, and if we're smart, we'll be able to catch it in time to do something about it. So this is kind of how it is. It's not really a should they. It's really like, really, what's the alternative, right? And I have to agree, ultimately, if you're really that scared about someone finding out what you're saying publicly, then maybe you shouldn't say it publicly. Because by definition, you're letting as many people know about it as possible.
Yeah.
So,
to me, it's not a problem unless they start going into your private conversations,
like hacking your hard drive, and
at that point, it's a problem.
Your saved photos and shit. Like, yeah, that's a little. Or if they're like breaking into your Google Drive, like, yeah, that's a little bit like a breach of privacy, I would say. But if you're posting it on Facebook for everyone to know, or posting it on TikTok for everyone, including China, to know, then I mean.
Including China.
Why? It's then I don't even know why we're having this conversation. It's like obvious.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to know. So the fact that they're like taking this information and possibly storing it or compiling it in order to cross-reference it for future needs, I don't think that's at all shady. I think that's a responsible use of the public information that's being put out there.
Yeah, I don't know. All of this is like bad faith. Everything about everything is just bad faith. All of these points. Ugh.
And it's the double standards that are getting to be a little exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I don't know where I was going with that, but you know what I'm talking about. Like when it applies to, it doesn't apply to them. You know, we're the fascists, but they're the one acting like fascists.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just all like it's all about it's like, come on. And like they yell and they scream about their rights, but then when you say, okay, well, what are you really upset about? They don't have an answer. They just yell and scream more.
It's just orange man bad. That's it.
And it's just like, oh, come on. Like, we can't even talk about it.
Mm-hmm. We can't get anywhere.
You can't get anywhere.
Or it's all intentional misunderstanding.
Or it's all of an intentional, willful misunderstanding of
like we can't talk about the actual point that we're trying to make because you magically just can't understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, my brain just can't comprehend what you're saying. You must be saying this other crazy thing somehow. It's like, okay, well, I guess we can't even begin to work into a resolution.
And then even if they do talk to you, they'll take what you say and twist it to fit their...
Exactly. It's always trying to gotcha.
Their belief system.
There's
so
no good faith
say,
anywhere.
Yeah, I'm right, you're wrong.
I hate it.
I can yell better than you.
Mm-hmm.
One of the first ways you might think of ICE impacting you is surveillance. Facial recognition is one of the ways we know that ICE is targeting pretty much anybody they come across who they find suspicious. Immigration officials have long used facial recognition at the border, but now agents can use it right on their phones. Using an app called Mobile Fortify, they can just point their camera at you and run your face through a bunch of different databases that does...
Again, you can record in public if you're in public. That is... What I mean, it is what it is. And what's the problem? So what? You're an American citizen. ICE takes your picture. It says, hey, this guy's American. They go on their way. What do you think they're doing? Like downloading it and like creating some sort of like mural in the closet? Like, what is your fucking psychopathic obsession? Like, and guess what? When they scan someone who's like a terrorist or a violent criminal or something, and it's like, hey, this dude's probably bad news. Great, they grab him. What's the problem? Like, what in that equation is a problem exactly? Like, where is the thing that's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't do that? Because I don't see it. I don't see it!
Identity verification on the fly. So why is this a problem? Well, first of all, Mobile Fortify, like other facial recognition systems, has a margin of error. That means it can bring up false positives. So that might identify you as being somebody who you're not. And maybe that person is a hardened criminal who's in the US illegally, and you might get detained. The other
Oh, you might get detained, and then you show them your ID, and then they're like, oh, you're not actually that dude. And yeah, guess what? Sometimes, and I've seen, like, I used to watch the border shows. Sometimes you'd get someone with the same name as someone in the database, and it'd be like kind of a hassle, but they would just put a thing on the record like, hey, you know, this guy matches this other guy, just like double check these things. Like, yeah, one time was kind of a hassle, but guess what? Unfortunately, you got the jackpot and you match a high level terrorist. Like,
right.
Okay, the 1 in 10, 100 million or whatever, like, you know what? We're not striving for zero. Like, that is retarded. And if one or two people has some inconvenience to make everybody else safer, you know what? I just really don't give a shit. Now, if it's like bad, like really bad, it just everyone's getting arrested all the time and like tackled to the ground. Okay, well, that's a little bit crazy, but I mean, on the occasion that someone gets questioned on like incorrectly, like whatever.
Great, yeah.
Just whatever, and especially if it's not that big a deal. Like, Now, it's a problem if those encounters are constantly like problematic or something. Okay, that whatever. But on its premise, to me, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, there's a way to do it that is not a problematic.
Issue,
and if it is becoming a problem, there's ways of going about getting that corrected that don't involve violence.
Yeah, what happened to, did you even try it? Do you remember that? Remember back in the beginning we were talking about? Did you even try it? How come it doesn't work now?
Surveillance creep. This means that powerful surveillance tools are being used in more and more ways and is becoming normalized. It might be ICE agents using it today, but you can imagine a situation where a police officer is standing on a corner and just pointing his phone at everybody, trying to catch a criminal. Now, you might think this kind of surveillance isn't a big deal, and you might think, hey, if cops are catching more criminals, that's great. The problem is that once a surveillance power is introduced, it's very rare that it gets taken away. While you might agree with the law enforcement actions of one administration, another administration might have totally different priorities and totally different targets. As we see in all types of situations, technology moves faster than laws. As of now, there's no federal law regulating the use of facial recognition by ICE or any other law enforcement agency.
Why should it?
ICE's use of data brokers is another form of digital surveillance. ICE isn't just buying data one-off. They also have contracts with data brokers like LexisNexis, which gives thousands of agents access to all types of data about anyone they're targeting. This means they know who you are, who you know, who your family members are, what your criminal history is, whether you own a boat or a car.
Yep, but all of this information,
public information.
Exactly, that's the thing. All of this is anyways available.
Like, most of it you can, I shouldn't say most of it. A lot of it you can obtain either for free or with a small payment to a service that does the search for you. You can find people's address. You can find their.
Well, they normally search this service he's talking about,
or your bills. They'll give you the bills you pay. What else?
That's what this LexisNexis thing is. It gives you all of your information, and different companies have access to it.
I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, we live in a world where you have to have your information is unfortunately.
So how is it okay that the companies can have this information, but the police can't? It's so mind-boggling that this is.
Right.
It's like you said before, it would be negligent for the police to not utilize a service that literally
and willfully be ignorant of everyone, including criminals and criminal activity, in order to maintain the privacy of the general public. And not only it would be above and beyond because we're putting that information out on our end willfully into the public because of social media. So yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It's so crazy.
It would be negligent. It would be negligent.
It's just straight up negligent, and there's no way around it.
All this information is readily available to ICE for anyone who they want to target. ICE is making use of something called the data broker loophole, which allows the agency to just buy data that they might otherwise have to obtain through a subpoena or a warrant. ICE has reportedly used the data broker loophole to get around Colorado's sanctuary cities laws, which prevent local police from sharing information with the agency. ICE was able to just buy data on targets rather than getting it through a process that involves judicial review.
Good!
They had to pay for it instead of getting it for free.
And not even for free. It just means that they would have had to do a bunch of work to get it themselves. It's like, Jesus, man, like they would have had, it would have cost some amount of money anyway to do it.
Yeah.
And this company already had the money, or the information. Like, what the fuck? For them
to not. It was probably more cost efficient and quicker to do it by just buying it from the private company.
100%. Because they have access to like a monthly fee. They can just query it for like however much. Like, if they have people they need to look up, they just do it. Which, what the fuck ever? That's the whole point.
Just doing background checks on people.
Exactly.
It's just like if you were trying to get a loan, they're going to do one, on you. If you're, applying for TSA pre-check, they're going to do a background check on you. I mean, it's, of course.
It just makes no sense.
Of course they're going to do that.
This, nothing we've heard so far
do that, right?
has anything to do with anything. They just are like, oh, sir, they're gonna start like spying, like take all your rights are going out the ICE, the immigration.
Publicly distributed information that you put out there willingly is at their fingertips.
Yeah, and who is afraid of ICE? I'm an American citizen. Like, are they coming after Americans now too? Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, this is all just bullshit.
It's constantly implied that they're also impeding actual citizens, but they don't have any detailed explanations except for the couple we've seen that are kind of like, yeah, but really that person was hanging out with a bunch of illegal people, and like they didn't show the part about whether or not they were cooperating or not. So it wasn't really, and it really wasn't even that forceful. I mean, except for the one guy who was obviously resisting. So
yeah,
they're just detaining them until they can get everything.
I mean,
under
at the end of
control,
the day,
and they're
just
gonna check IDs, and if you have a legal ID that says you're a citizen, then I don't think there's going to be any problems. Like they're going to
now they're supposedly claiming that they're taking their IDs away, like they check them and then just take them. And
well, that's not right. But
if that's the truth, then yeah, that's not right. We need to stop it.
That's a problem. Yeah, and that is a problem. That's not right. No, absolutely.
But I've never seen anything like, okay, like what, can we ever see anything? Like it's always like, oh yeah, like,
or prove it, or yeah, I don't know.
I know all these cameras anywhere, you can show all this stuff, but like nothing that actually is substantial to your point you can ever show. Like it's crazy.
Now, I don't know about the end of where they're being sent. Like, I assume if I was illegal and I was from Mexico and they caught me, then they'd send me back to Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
But if I was illegal and I refused to tell them where I was from and they didn't know, then I probably would go somewhere else. And I don't know where that is. Maybe that's part of this. Like,
I think we just ship them to El Salvador. I mean, if they're gonna be like, that's up to you. You can either say where you need to go, or we'll send you somewhere. Fuck it.
Right. And if you're from someplace that's truly bad and you actually have a legit reason for seeking asylum, then you already had that chance and you chose not to do it for some reason. But I don't think those are the those are the people that have to particularly worry. So yeah, I don't know.
Known as
Sorry, I was just curious.
Which allows it to deputize local and state police to help in deportation actions. Under 287G, ICE has agreements with some 800 departments across 40 states, with dozens more pending. This is all part of the agency's efforts to rapidly increase enforcement actions.
We're not asking them to be immigration officers. We're asking them to help us. Cops working with the cops to keep New York safe.
Named Operation Tidal Wave, ICE's expansion of 287G means a massive amount of resources across the country are being devoted just towards issues of immigration and deportation. Even if you think immigration is the most pressing issue, getting local law enforcement involved can have consequences beyond what you might expect. First of all, local police need to have a relationship with their community so that people can trust them when they call to report a crime. If your family has mixed immigration status, or even if you just look a certain way,
if your family has mixed immigration status, you shouldn't be here. And why do you feel like you deserve to be able to utilize services like the police? Like you are a criminal and you shouldn't be here. Fuck off. And if you just happen to, like, you look like someone who shouldn't be here and you're so scared, like, really, like, I don't know, I just don't buy that.
May be more unlikely to call the police and report a crime, and that makes everybody less safe. Another issue is that local police have limited budgets. This inevitably means that resources are going to be diverted from other things like investigating thefts or murders or child abductions.
Or when the thefts and the murders and the child abductions are primarily from illegal immigrant entrants, maybe in fact they are dealing with those things, retard.
Resources from the federal government to your local police being diverted towards immigration issues. All types of other things are going to go ignored or underfunded. As ICE's power is...
Oh yeah, the criminals are going to be more criminally when there's... the federal government's also here. They're busy with the, just the illegal immigrants who definitely don't cause any of the crime for sure. So let's all the rest of us criminals, because the cops are busy with the non-criminal, illegals. Like, Jesus God, man, like the gymnastics and like just... Can anyone take a second and like think about what this guy's saying instead of just like slurping up all the slop?
It's expanding. It's sweeping up even more people.
But it's tasty slop.
It is so. I mean, I guess these libs like this shit. They just blah 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 blah.
Crosshairs, not just immigrants. For example, in July 2025, Wired reported on a bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE. The memo characterized regular activities like riding a skateboard or a bicycle as running reconnaissance for protesters and indicative of potential violence. We've also seen ICE agents arrest U.S. citizens who were nearby while they were conducting raids and arrests. According to Wired reporting, protesters are subject to all types of social media surveillance, with law enforcement building dossiers on them that can include their names, their affiliations, and the things they say online. This is a perfect example of how these tools can be turned against anyone an administration deems problematic.
Yeah, that's normal. You want them to be able to recognize the person when they see him. That's why they do that.
Down math. I started posting math lessons on TikTok.
God, I hate these commercials!
From a class of 30 to teaching millions. Now it's parents, teachers, all finding new ways to connect.
What is the book you couldn't?
I can't skip it!
I didn't know who would even care about
these commercials.
Founded in 2003 in the wake of 9/11 under the task of increasing national security, ICE has since become one of the most dominant law enforcement agencies in the United States and is poised to reach its apex under the second Trump administration, which has promised mass deportations on a historic scale.
We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time since.
Yeah, why do we have to do that? Let me think. Oh, because someone just let a whole bunch of people in illegally? Oh, well, now we have to get them out? Well, guess what? We have to do that because, wait a minute, someone let them all in? Now we have to get them out. Wait a minute, let's go through that again. Why do we have to do this? Oh, because we want to? No. This isn't like random. This is, you let a bunch of people in, now we got to take them back out. You let so many people in that taking them back out happens to be the most we've ever had. You know what that also means? That means that's the most ever we've let in.
Yeah.
Idiots.
Dwight Eisenhower, actually.
Even though news of ICE arrests and detentions are happening all the time, it's about to get even bigger. Congress recently allocated some $170 billion towards immigration enforcement, making it more heavily funded than any other law enforcement agency in the United States, including the FBI and the DEA. While the Trump administration has framed ICE's actions as removing criminals from our communities, 65% of people targeted by ICE have no criminal convictions, and 93% have no...
This does not say targeted, you retard. It says taken. Taken. So this is potentially collateral damage, right? You go after one violent guy and he's got 10 of his other idiot illegals. You get them all. And guess what? Yeah, maybe some of them had no convictions. Who the fuck cares? They're not here legally. And they got the one that they were going after. Plus a bunch of bonus. To me, that's a win. You got the one you wanted plus a bunch more. Win. And then 93 had no violent convictions. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, you're saying, oh, because the crime wasn't violent, that it's fine? Jesus.
Violent convictions. What this looks like on the ground is masked, unidentified ICE agents storming into restaurants and other businesses and snatching people off the street even if they've never been involved in any crime at all. Agents are even arresting people at courthouses when they show up for their immigration court appointments. Even green card holders have been targeted. So it's not just undocumented criminal immigrants who are being targeted, it's pretty much anybody who has a vulnerable immigration status. On paper, ICE's detention rate has soared to 140% of the capacity of detention centers. This has led to massive overcrowding, unsanitary conditions, lack of medical care, and other issues within detention centers. And it's only poised to get worse.
And what? Like what? What's the alternative? You just let them be? How about we fix that problem? And how about we just get them the fuck out? It's because you're making it take so damn long. And it's so hard to get them in the first place. It should just be more efficient to get them the fuck out.
Looking to set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day, and President Trump is going to keep pushing to get that number up higher.
In June, ICE agents arrested an average of 1,200 people a day. That's nearly twice as many as during the first 100 days of the second Trump administration.
And again, it's because a bunch more came in. These people are so dumb and they can't even be honest about anything. All right. We're going to watch this because this is one of those that they're going to claim like shows like, oh, ICE is like crazy and whatever. But notice this starts like halfway through the interaction. Like, what happened before this? You know, magic.
That's always the question. Context really matters. Fortunately, the internet is not good at showing us that. Excuse me. I don't hear anything.
So apparently he's holding up a baby.
There's a baby! Can you guys be
Holding up a baby?
mercy?
Yeah.
He has a 1-month-old! He has a 1-month-old!
I guess he's like holding a baby or something. I don't know. Which,
like to protect himself? Like he's using a baby as his shield? Like what the hell, bro?
It sounds like.
En el fire stone. Can I ask why he's being detained? Can I ask why he's being detained? Can I ask why he's being detained? He has an immigration warrant. He has an immigration. Can I see the warrant signed? Can I see the warrant signed? Come to the office. No, I need to see the warrant. This is illegal. You guys do not have the warrant signed. This is not illegal. No, you guys have not shown us the fucking warrant. You can come by the office and see it. I want to see it right here. I want to see it right here. You guys don't have the fucking warrant. Cover my back. You're stepping his phone. You're stepping on his phone. Give me his phone. Give me his phone. Give me his phone.
It's evidence.
Give me his phone.
What are you talking about, lady? It's not your phone. It's his phone.
Give me his phone.
I think they do give it to her eventually, though.
Can I have his stuff?
Um,
You want his phone to call you? He's literally just like, yeah, can I have his stuff though? Can I have his stuff? I need his stuff. He's gonna need his stuff. I need his stuff. Well then, we have a baby. After we process him, then we'll call you. He'll call you.
Oh, no, they don't.
I don't know why they would. It's his phone, so it's, you know. If they need it for evidence and it's unlocked, then that's his bad luck.
So this is one of the.
If they don't, you know, goes
let's
into
look at
the
how liberal
basket.
TikTok is, or what Reddit, I mean. What? One of the guys wasn't wearing a shirt? I don't know about that. This is madness. It makes me sad. This is madness. Completely bypassing their brain. Those dudes are not well. They probably need serious mental help for years. Guys will literally join ICE and become domestic terrorists rather than go to therapy. So this is where the merit. So where is the military to protect U.S. citizens from domestic terrorism? Can someone make a compilation of this shit so I can show my MAGA dad? Fox News literally doesn't show this shit at all. Look how many people are like. This is in support of these illegals. Oh, he's holding the pistol sideways. What does he say here? ISIS Ku Klux Klan rebranded. Super impressive. There's not been any shootings of ICE agents, considering how many guns that are in this country. It's impressive there have not been any shootings of ICE agents because of this? Really? So what? Where the people should get up and start shooting ICE because they're going after illegal immigrants? I don't understand. Too scared to target anyone but families and kids. Interesting. This is the answer. They're arresting people living their lives, not gang members and actual criminals. Okay? How can you tell any of that from that?
How do you know he's not a criminal or a gang member? He could be.
Right.
They had a warrant.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't get warrants if there's no reason for them.
ICE has no humanity. ICE had to deport his own. Okay, whatever. literal terrorists. This is getting wild. It'll get wild when people start shooting back. Like, how many comments have we gone so far? Not one that's like, hello. Trump supporters, you wanted this, fuck you all. Oh my god, idiots. This man looks like he did a line of coke. Modern day Nazis. This is what MAGA wants. Trump's America. Yeah, we do. Get him the fuck out of here. I don't understand. What's the problem? You have to go all the way up here and do what? Controversial. Here's a wild idea. Open the fucking door.
Yeah.
Maybe we could open the door.
Hand the baby to the woman and get out of the car.
Is there some reason he didn't open the door?
Be a big boy and use your big boy brain and don't endanger a woman and child.
Deporting one criminal alien after another. Keep it going. -4. Fuck you genuinely. +13. Sadly, there's generation of people who are raised to believe that the best way to deal with things is their way. That's not how it will work ever. Had he opened the door, his window would not have been smashed. -2. How does the boot taste? As in calling him a bootlicker. Interesting. So, yeah, I mean, we had to go into the negative comments to, and then all of the attacks on the people that are
interesting.
Like,
so if there's a contrary opinion to the majority, it falls under controversial.
Apparently. And Reddit is like all libtards. I swear to God, they have nothing better to do than... That's what I'm saying about...
Go to Reddit very often.
They have nothing better to do, and they're loud. Conservatives don't sit here all day like typing 100,000 responses and like downvoting everything and everything. So it's like it's disproportionate, and then they're training the AI off of Reddit, and it's like this is why the AI is so fucking woke. It's like these idiots. I swear to God. I know, so controversial. Open the door. Bunch of kidnappers and baby rapists. Wow. So, I don't know. This is the type of evidence that we get presented with. And I wanted to show this because we saw this one the other day, right? Where, they asked, is anyone illegal, etc., etc. Then they decided, after saying yes, that all of a sudden they weren't going to open the door. And then, that pursued. But so those are the two that we have as evidence, and they're both like, eh.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna run.
Maybe we'll get more evidence.
I mean, I'm happy if someone throws a link, we'll throw it up.
Maybe some of our more left-leaning viewers will share us their evidence if they have any.
If they have any, we'll pull it up.
We'll be happy to view it and display it and talk about it. Because that's what we do here.
That's all we do. Anti-ICE Karens getting arrested in the funniest ways. This dumb bitch.
ICE agents have children too. Most of them have children too. And it's not as hard as you think to figure out who they are, where they go to school, their names. It's not hard at all.
Trying to look.
I mean, what's the point of saying that? Like, what? Like, and of course, the the dishonest, like, I don't know what she could. I just there was just a completely just generic statement that meant literally nothing. Like, what could that like what? Idiots.
It's like a baby. Come here, I'm gonna eat you! I'm bigger than you, I'm higher in the food chain! Get in my belly!
Stop resisting, give me your hands!
This guy's fighting these three. This guy's fat as hell, just pushing on him.
Jose, stop resisting. That'll only make it worse. Stop resisting, Jose.
All that beer is holding him down.
Please get off.
He's hurting us.
He's hurting us.
It hurt me.
This suspect defended himself by resisting the officers and resisting arrest. If he simply complied, none of this would be happening.
As a breastfeeding mom, I need to be very...
God, what is up with these commercials?
These guys definitely don't want to be doing that.
Yeah. What is your name? What is your name, sir? Jose?
Oh, here comes the Karen.
Jose Karen. Why are they arresting you?
There's his hand. Grab it quick.
Are you just walking?
See, look what he just did. He put his hands right. He turtled up again. And pulled those hands right in.
Do you have a number to call out to somebody?
You see this lady? This like black belt Karen, just out here in her training gi.
Yeah, Karen, he was arrested for walking. Surely he didn't do anything else.
I need to see the arrest warrant that is signed by the judge.
Ma'am, you're about to get an interfering with an arrest. Hey, help me.
I would like to see the arrest warrant, and then I'll go away. What is his crime?
Yeah, they're gonna stop doing this real quick to go deal with your dumb ass.
Jose Cruz, what is the number to call?
Jose Cruz?
The administrative warrant applies only to the person targeted, not to random Karens walking by the street.
Hombre.
Yeah.
¿Qué es ese? What is the number? Number.
I don't understand what this formation. They're like pushing on his butt and like grabbing his arm. Like I don't understand.
They're just trying to cuff him, I think.
I know, but it's just weird. This like way they're grabbing him.
I need a number to call.
Yeah, their technique I don't understand.
That's kind of rough.
I would have thought 3 trained police officers would have been a little more efficient than this, but...
Oh, there's the judo master.
They might have gotten some... Maybe this guy's like a pro wrestler or something, like an athlete. It's just really tough to wrangle.
This is in La Puente. I want you guys to know this. This is in La Puente right now.
Plus you got this Karen being really annoying.
For no reason. They're not showing me an arrest warrant or anything.
She's
I have to show you arrest
she's
warrant,
up
bitch.
in someone else's face.
He has
saying
rights,
this.
and they are breaking them.
Absolutely no law that states that the officers need to show you any arrest warrant for any reason. Who are you? You have no relation to this crime. Go home.
They had to pick his ass up, throw him in the van. Unmarked
cars! Oh my gosh!
I know, she's not even saying anything. She's just like saying words.
You guys should be.
There are words coming out of my mouth, but I'm saying them in a stern manner.
You should be ashamed.
Listening to me.
I just need the arrest warrant. That's all.
You know we're not required to show an arrest warrant to the general
Oh my God!
public.
Yes, you are. Especially to him.
To the general public, you think I need to stop what I'm doing?
You need to actually know his rights.
Liberal white women will never seem to amaze me with the leaps of stupidity that they're willing to jump to so that they can defend people who are more than likely going to be violent towards them and put their community in harm's way.
That's the funniest part.
You think you have that you can ask people or police officers who are within their duty to give you information as if you're their authority. They think that officers should just give them any information just because of the fact that they're a member of the public. If that was the case, as the officer just mentioned to her, then it would be the case that any person in public can just call to them, ask them for that information, and they should be able to give it to them. You have to be a stupid person to defend these people, but of course you are a stupid person, and you prove that within this video. The hilarious thing about women like this is they will defend these people when they have completely different ideologies to them, and not just the fact that it's different ideologies, but they go against everything that these liberal women will fight for. Before we get...
Yeah, that's a crazy thing. They just want to fight for anyone, not even...
Yeah.
And then, you know, they get their head broke open by a psycho, you know, and raped while they're dead. And it's like, okay, well, that's, I guess, was worth fighting for. I don't know.
And it has been a very dramatic day of ICE raids, arrests, and protests here in Chicago, from tear gas being deployed outside of Logan's.
How come every one of these videos did that?
Checking on a man who had been detained and
Like
injured. 5 protesters arrested in Broadview today alone, with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem among those officials here in Chicago today. NBC5's Randy Gyllenhaal with a complete wrap-up tonight from Broadview.
Another night of protest here in Broadview with new concrete barriers installed, as you can see, to separate people from federal agents and now a lot of local law enforcement as the Secretary of Homeland Security pays Chicago a visit. Tonight, hundreds again outside the ICE processing center with
Interesting.
state troopers and the Cook County Sheriff's Department working crowd control, while federal agents again...
So what did we see earlier when there was like 3 people? That looks like way more than that now that the lights are down and that people can hide and do things undetected.
Flashing with protesters.
You've had protesters out here just trying to exercise their First Amendment rights. We've been pelted with pepper pellets, tear gas.
Just trying to exercise our First Amendment rights.
Exercise their First Amendment rights in the middle of the
That's
night
all they were trying to do.
And have cans of pepper spray and batons
and block people and
bricks.
Scream in people's faces and they were just minding their own business.
They're just peacefully protesting with their pet rocks.
It's like the disingenuous starting point. It's like the lies.
Out for a walk. That's all they're doing.
Pet Brick needed to go for a walk. Yeah.
Rubber bullets. It's now you treat your own people.
It comes as Secretary Kristi Noem was spotted.
Yeah, well, you're not our own people if you're an illegal immigrant. You're literally not our own people. Get the fuck out.
The rooftop in Broadview and along for the ride during a raid at a Walmart. She told a conservative activist that backup is now coming from the U.S. military.
We're sending in the Department of War at the request that I made to Secretary Hegseth. They're going to be rolling in here within the next 24 hours. They'll be coming to Chicago.
It's unclear how U.S.
We're bringing in the Department of War. They'll be here in the next 24 hours, bitches.
Troops or National Guard.
Frankly, they shouldn't need any of this. Like, the local police should be able to deal with this 1,000,000% if they weren't so woke and just disgusting. I swear to God, there's literally no reason to allow any of this shit. But they want it to escalate like this. Like, this is what they want to happen. So they can pretend like this is what they don't want to happen.
Be deployed legally. Meantime, tear gas spilling into Chicago neighborhoods. In Logan Square, residents say agents tossed kids from an unmarked SUV near a grocery store and elementary school.
And just for no reason, he tear gases the whole.
For no reason, he tear gases. So this guy stopped the vehicle.
For no reason.
This guy right in front stops, blocks him in, and then another person approaches from the other side. Like, yep, no reason. Yeah.
He wasn't moving, so then the ICE agent just rolled down the window and threw the tear gas.
This video shows agents using batons on the scooter as gas filled the air.
The scooter wasn't moving, and they felt the need to tear gas us for some reason.
Do you think that's justification?
No, absolutely not. It was ridiculous behavior.
You were going to be placed under arrest. And another raid in Humboldt Park at a hospital emergency room.
What should happen
agents
then?
Put them in handcuffs for protesting.
What ICE and federal agents are doing in the city of Chicago is violence, and we must respond.
NBC5 reached out to ICE about the use of tear gas in neighborhoods. We did not hear.
Getting in people's faces and preventing them from doing their work is not peaceful protesting. Like, where do you not understand this?
Yep.
Like, impeding federal officers in their rightful duty is not peaceful. It's aggressive.
It's aggressive.
And they're in their full rights to detain you.
And they know that. They 100% know what they're doing is wrong.
To press charges, they can.
I saw a guy walk up to an ICE agent, get right up in his face, start threatening me, put his hand behind his back like he was reaching for like a concealed weapon.
Yeah, at that point, I would expect him to get hit over the head, if nothing else.
He didn't. He still was completely. And then until he I don't remember what actually caused him to actually eventually get hit, but like he stood there with that guy like threatening him, and it's like. There is zero reason to put yourself in a situation where you're provoking an officer intentionally, making it seem like you might have a weapon and you might attack him. Like, what is the point of any of that aside from you want him to do something so that you can say, I'm a victim. I'm a huge victim.
He attacked me for no
reason.
Well, I was peacefully protesting.
It's so disgusting.
What do you think about these protests? I've been documenting this for 3.5 months every day, calling them domestic terrorists, and Trump finally labeled them as domestic violent terrorist organization, like I've been, and I have the record of it. Get the back.
Your name is Billy, right?
Yeah, my name is Lavelle Howard. You want the real name?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, how much medication are you on? Yeah, look at what's wrong with you? You guys are mentally ill.
Would you say these people are mentally ill?
Yeah, they're mentally ill. They're on drugs. Look at their pupils. They're all out here drinking at night. They're all getting drunk. They're all on drugs. That's why they're going to get hit with conspiracy charges, RICO charges, domestic terrorist charges, and the leader is Chandler Patel. He lives in a building right over here. He's the leader. I've interviewed him 10 times. The funny joke is everybody poops at Chandler's. Everybody does poop at Chandler's. That's what they do because he lets all the Antifa members go to his house and they have parties. They get drunk. This is what they do.
They
pay them to
parties.
They pay homeless people to get drunk.
Sex parties, but they all go to his house to poop apparently. And
they all go there to go poopy because he's the only one with a working toilet.
Well, I mean, all these people got to go somewhere.
So it's an organization. It really is an organization where there's plans being made. People are getting paid. People have places to go and shower and bathe. So it's an organization.
People have said Antifa is not an organization. Do you believe it's an organization?
100%.
And are these people dangerous?
Very dangerous. Most of them are they're on a lot of medication. They get very violent. You know, it's crazy how violent it gets, especially at night.
What do you think about these protests?
All right, we got just a couple more things, and then we'll be out of here, folks. Bear with us as we go through the last of this ice baby.
Portland's rioters just crossed the line, literally, and here come the troops. And here's the takedown.
Oh, I am so glad they do this. See, it did it again.
Doing it, and this is what happens. They get escorted in to the premises without a shoe.
I don't know why they blur.
All they had to do was listen, and this wouldn't happen. But watch this guy right here make the worst mistake of his life. Look, he won't back up, pushes a federal law enforcement officer. Big mistake, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. See, you don't have to cross this blue line to cross the line. That's the one thing I think these people don't understand. There are many ways to wind up inside this facility, but the one way they want to get in by breaking in doesn't seem to be working. But look at this. Things got so out of hand this past weekend. There were even altercations during the day. Look,
see, all those people that were past the line, they could have arrested all of them, and they should have. I swear to God, they should have arrested every single one of them.
And you see how they're arresting somebody back here? They know things are about to amp up. Because
just like that, and do it just like that. Grab them, throw them on the ground, snatch them up, throw them inside, and then do whatever needs to be done.
And they want you to think people are getting arrested for no reason. They want you to think that something wrong has happened here. Something wrong has happened here. But it's the fault of these Antifa rioters who will just not stop assaulting federal agents, putting their hands on law enforcement. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. No,
stop doing it, it'll stop happening. I don't get it.
From the blue line. And now there's tear gas. This is crazy. They have to do this to keep these people back. Look, they're surrounding the property. They're just all over the place. If they could get inside here, they would. They tried. For 100 days in a row now, this is terrible. But it's the constant screaming that does it.
Magic line.
Yeah, look at them, like
for 100 days, and just
they have to use military tactics.
Yep, and that little tiny bitch just screaming it, screeching in their face. And then that fucking asshole earlier. Oh, look, it's all fake. It's all fake. Look, there's no one there. Da, da, da. Even this is during the day still, and this is like pretty civil compared to what it is at nighttime. And already you got this person tackled, this bitch screaming, these guys really on a fucking megaphone just screaming, making all kind of noise, just everything, blocking this, like teasing they're gonna step, like da da da, like okay, you're taunting and fuck around and find out, right? Like I don't give a fuck. Take them all down.
Wear a gas mask? Well, you're about to find out. They had to deploy tear gas because these people will not walk away. Look at them. They're just yelling and swearing and cursing. Everything coming out of their mouth is nothing but hatred and violence. We're supposed to believe they're peaceful.
And then there's some bitch that runs. She's in like she's like, I don't know. She doesn't have legs or something. And she's in like this wheelchair and she scoots around naked so that like, if anyone's recording, they can't like they can't show it because she's in there. Yeah, exactly. So it's so retarded. These people are demented.
Look, they're throwing stuff. You see them? They're throwing stuff at law enforcement. Okay, you throw something, you can have a smoke grenade. There you go.
Got one!
Blasting the pepper balls and the tear gas cannons. Look, these people won't leave. This is insane. Look at this place. You know why there are more troops on the way here. You want to know why the president's trying to send the National Guard? This is why. This is a war-torn cesspool of progressivism right here. This is terrible. This is the driveway.
Where is this again?
And it took...
This is happening in Portland, Oregon, and Chicago.
Is this Portland?
Mm-hmm.
An armada of federal resources to get these people away from the driveway. Now, peaceful protesters would cooperate with law enforcement. They wouldn't agitate and confront law enforcement until they get arrested, which is actually what they want. Every time these people get arrested, to them it's like a badge of honor. They can say, I was down for the struggle. I was abused by ICE and the federal government and Trump. Meanwhile, look at this. We got helicopters.
They were the victim.
You don't need helicopters for peaceful protesters. Nope, you don't. This is terrible. This is just...
Yeah, this looks a lot more like a riot.
Look, this old guy in a walker came out here. This is purely for optics. Look, they had him right in the front, right in front of the troops. These people are doing everything they can to make it look like this is wrong when they're the ones who are agitating. Look, they won't leave. Look, they won't leave. Terrible. Meanwhile, the leaders in Portland tell us there's nothing wrong here. There's nothing to see. The city's fine. It's doing better than it's ever done. And for Trump to bring in the military, this is a big mistake. Portland is paradise, according to the people who are defending it.
It's Thursday morning, just a few days after the governor and our senator was here in Portland, stating everything is fine. We are not a hellhole.
Ziggy.
So I'm going to walk through Portland.
Is she trans too?
Yeah. I mean, the evidence of what's going wrong in Portland is everywhere.
Impossible to get.
You can't even get into a business.
Has anybody ever approached you and offered you help?
No.
Behind me is a severely mentally ill homeless man who's been on the street for about 10 years.
Awful.
Cannot take care of himself. He absolutely needs to be committed, but he's not.
It's awful. This is not success, what we're looking at here.
Side note, I worked here exactly 21 years ago. We are already into the second year of ending homelessness in 10 years.
Wow.
Then another 10 years and now another 10 years.
That's how these progressives operate. They put a time limit on something. They say, hey, we're going to accomplish this amazing thing by a certain period of time, and then it never happens. In fact, it only seems to get worse. Why is that?
How would you describe Portland?
Yeah, it only gets worse. God, these commercials are going to murder me, I swear, man. Look at this.
A social free-for-all.
Yeah.
Deep. All right. Some more ICE stuff here. This one is in Chicago.
Of federalized National Guard troops in Chicago, just plain federal agents in Chicago. From ICE, from CBP, from the FBI, from other agencies, they've been treating the city like it's Fallujah 2004 or something. This is from the Chicago Sun-Times. Quote, armed federal agents in military fatigues busted down their doors overnight, pulling men, women, and children from their apartments in Chicago, some of them naked, residents and witnesses said. Agents approached or entered nearly every apartment in this 5-story building. U.S. citizens were among those detained for hours. The next day, toys, shoes, and food were still in piles in the buildings.
All right, we're going to see more about this specific thing, so pay attention to what they're saying here. They did
Toys,
raid.
shoes, and food were still in piles in the building's hallways.
Yeah, so they're going to say, like, oh, U.S. citizens were among those detained for hours, and they entered nearly every apartment in the 5-story building. So that's kind of, they're going to keep bringing up this specific story, and we'll hear more about this later. So
was detained for hours. The next day, toys, shoes, and food were still in piles in the building's hallways. Property managers were seen throwing mattresses and broken doors into dumpsters. Neighbors said federal agents used flashbang grenades to burst through the building, and several drones and helicopters were deployed. One woman who lives across the street said it looked like hundreds of agents were outside her door. She said she saw agents dragging residents, including kids, out of the building without any clothes on. And
why were they naked?
yeah, exactly. They make it sound like they ripped all the clothes off these kids. Like, okay, if you go into some place and you have to detain these people, and the people they don't have clothes on,
they're
like
naked, right? And they don't want to put clothes on. Then
they probably exactly. I don't know. I don't know about the whole situation.
Also, like this whole like piles of clothes and toys and food in the hallways. Like, I haven't seen the rest of this yet, so I don't really know where this is going to go. But like, why would there be piles of food and clothes and toys in the hallways in the first place? Because I know ICE didn't come in here, throw everything in the hallway, and then detain everybody. Yeah, nor did they detain everybody and then come back and throw everything into the hallway. So it makes me think that maybe this building was a haven for illegal immigrants, and they were all living in the hallways. Does this kind of fit the evidence that she's giving us, even though she's trying to make me think something else?
I know, it's the dishonesty. Right, it's just crazy how they just frame everything.
Now. I gotta find out what happens.
Separated from their mothers.
So, oh my God, separated from their mothers.
Used unmarked trucks and a helicopter to surround this 5-story apartment building in Chicago. News Nation, which was invited to observe the operation, reported that agents, quote, repelled from Black Hawk helicopters.
Sweet.
Yeah. See, the thing is, you know, consider what that means, right? They needed to do this. So what does that mean about the people that were living here?
They needed to, or they were allowed to.
Well, that's the thing. I think I don't know. We'll find out in a
From
second.
a Black Hawk. I'm not saying I would be into doing that, but I know that there's some people out there that would be like, yeah, like this is why I signed up.
No, my point is the fact that they're doing this. Think about how bad the people in this building have to be for them to go through all of this effort.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Including,
like they had to grab everyone all at once. And there is like an unknown quantity of a large number of people in this building. Like we don't know how many there are. We just know there's a lot.
And
we don't know
I'm going to assume
that
that these people were also very likely to be armed. Otherwise, like if these people were just like,
right.
Oh, like anybody. Yeah, they wouldn't go through this kind of effort if it wasn't a potential for like some serious violence on top of all of it. So like,
otherwise, this is way too much money expenditure.
Too much money, too much bad optics, too much everything. Like they're not just going to go do this for no fucking reason.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
But they're painting it like, oh, they just targeted some random ass building in Chicago and just fucking arrested everyone for no reason. Like, are you insane? Is that what you honestly believe is happening, or is that the rhetoric you're selling to your fucking brainwashed prop? You know, like I swear to God, it breaks my brain.
Agents then went door to door, woke up residents, and used zip ties to restrain them. Again, keep in mind, this is before the military gets there. This is just what Trump's federal agents are doing in Chicago. Calling in the Black Hawk helicopters to raid a residential apartment building. And then zip tying all the kids and the old people and breaking down all the doors and ransacking all the apartments.
Kids can hold guns too.
This is what they're doing to the American people in Chicago already.
Yep, doing it to the American people.
Federal troops.
You're
this
so
is just
idiot.
federal
I hate
agents.
this bitch.
Trump is trying to
I hate her too.
National Guard to Chicago,
like with a passion.
And the governor. Again, we're going to talk with Governor Pritzker about the lawsuit that he's brought to try to stop that deployment. We'll speak with him in just a moment. Another lawsuit has been brought by a group of journalists and Chicago residents to try to stop federal agents in Chicago from infringing on people's rights to protest and on journalists' rights.
Extreme brutality.
As part of that lawsuit, the plaintiffs included some video exhibits about how federal agents have been behaving in Chicago already. Again, before troops even get there. I want to show you 2 of those video exhibits that have been filed as part of this lawsuit.
2 exhibits.
I'm going to show you
for the 100+ days they've been
taxed by Trump's
assaulting these facilities.
On a priest, on a minister.
Well, 2 is more than 1.
Here's the first one.
That is true.
20 seconds. Watch.
These must be the 2 juiciest ones.
Yep. And notice like how very specific it is about when it starts and when it ends. So they won't move back, and he got sprayed in the face.
In the face with chemical spray of some kind. He falls to his knees. In this next scene from the lawsuit, you will see
why was he in the
Trump's
street?
Agents shoot the minister with some.
This one's kind of funny.
They shoot him.
They do
in the head
with some sort of.
This is about
but I'm pretty sure they were not aiming at him.
He's standing alone. At the beginning of the tape here, he's standing, praying with his hands raised. Watch.
Now, keeping in mind the line where he's standing is like, you know, the don't cross line. And then this guy walks up, and notice, where's he standing? So
right next to him.
This guy with a helmet walks right in front of him.
Over the don't cross line.
And, yep, is about to step right there. And then, I'm pretty sure they meant to shoot this guy, but they shoot him right in the face.
Well, yeah. I don't think those, like, pepper balls are all that, like, accurate as far as, like, drift goes.
He's a priest. He's a Presbyterian minister.
And what is he doing there? And again, like, I don't think they meant to hit him, but it was just kind of funny.
It's like, oops.
Those are the two things they have out of all the time. Like, geez, man. Okay, like that's the best
clear they
you
went out
got.
of their way to shoot that poor minister in the head, who was standing behind the other guy, who was clearly crossing the do not cross line.
And I think the other guy got hit once already in his helmet. It was hard to tell, but it looked like he got hit once, and then they shot him a second time and missed. And they got the other guy.
Just missed him. Hit the minister instead.
But again, why are you there?
Live in Atlanta for Hype Plus News. I'm John Abba.
Stop letting media put that false narrative in your head.
It did it again. I hate that. Why is it doing that? But anyway, this lady is in Chicago. This is the building that was raided. So, what we just talked about. This is the building.
Talked about, but didn't show us. Okay.
Right, and she's talking to people who live in this building. So pay it. So this woman is actually at the place talking to the people.
That somebody coming for you because they not. You was born here. You was born on this land.
A few days ago, we reported on ICE agents swooping in on an apartment complex located in South Shore, Chicago. According to reports, the raid would focus on Venezuelan gang members and illegal immigrants who lived in the apartment. Now, what will also be reported is that Black American citizens and children would be detained in the middle of the night, a part of the raid. Now, this has caused concerns across the internet and other media outlets following the story. Now, when it comes specifically to Black Americans being detained during this raid, fellow Black online users were going to express their fears of being ICE's next target. Across social media and sites like TikTok, several would react to the news of Black people being held for hours by ICE agents.
Y'all know what's next, right? There's going to be white American citizens who are asking Black American citizens for their papers, for their proof of citizenship. I wish I was being hyperbolic. I wish I was joking, but this is exactly where we're going. We're going to a place where a white boy feels he has permission, not feels he has permission, will actually have permission from the federal government to ask you for your papers.
So I was almost able to listen to what he was saying until the end when he has to talk about, oh, white boy, okay, you uneducated fat black piece of shit, like, oh, you gotta ask me for my, okay, you're so smart, man, like, you make me like really want to listen to what you're saying, but the problem is
genius of the streets,
like, okay, you know, is there a problem with Black people immigration? That, like, is this what we're saying? Like, he's like, why would we be asked? And frankly, why are we even on this discussion? But like, what an idiot! Like, oh, I wish I was being hyperbolic and
like African illegal immigrants here.
Yeah, like, who's gonna be asking Black people for? Oh, are you a citizen? Like, seriously, like, you're stupid. You're so stupid. And that's all they see. That's all they see is fucking black and white. Oh, he started out good. Yeah. He was like, oh, Americans. And then he's like, oh, white boy. Like, clearly, all you see is race, you fucking piece of shit. Oh, man, it makes me so crazy.
I keep saying that immigrant issues are Black people's issue, and y'all keep pushing back, but I don't think y'all are hearing me or understand what I'm saying. I'm saying is they're going to...
You're not understanding.
To eventually harass us the way that they're harassing immigrant communities, not only...
Well, let's see. What is the Wait, is it Immigration. Yeah. Wait. So wait. Why are? No, you're right. But why are they bothering immigrants? Oh, because wait a minute. They're they're the immigrant enforcement. Huh? Interesting.
Immigration and customs enforcement. So it's people and things.
Yeah, but specifically immigrants. So. Yeah, are you surprised that ICE going after immigrants that are here illegally? And then somehow in your giant, beautiful, black genius brain, jump from, okay, the immigration and customs enforcement, enforcing immigration is all of a sudden going to turn you into a slave again or something. Like, that's, oh, the white man in slavery, and oh, ICE is going to be the new way they're going to just, once there's no more illegals to go after, which there's tens of
The
millions.
weird thing is, I think some of these people actually think this is true.
Yeah, he does clearly, and
like he actually believes this. He's not just. Well, but then
it's the culture, man. They need to be a victim somehow,
but they don't, because if they actually believed it, they'd be like running for somewhere, and it wouldn't be here, right? They'd probably go to Canada, right? Because they don't do that in Canada.
I guess.
But
I don't
they're
know.
not,
But they
right?
need
So
to be
they
a
know it's
victim.
not
They
true,
have to
but
be
they
a victim.
Like to talk about it as though it is.
Exactly.
But the way they talk about it almost makes me think they do believe it's true.
But that allows
So
them
maybe
to
they
be a
consciously
victim.
think it's true because they choose to think that, but subconsciously they really know it's not. But they
And that's what
reject
allows them
that
to
because
actually
it doesn't
stay.
Get them attention. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
It's all about attention.
It's about the attention. Because he's a victim, because immigration one day is going to come after him because he's black, and we know that,
That's
black.
what they do.
They just are always targeted by white, and apparently ICE is only white people. By the way, there's no blacks in ICE.
Nope. Only white. Only white
boys. That's all that's in ICE. There's a bunch of white boys.
ICE with every federal agent, right? And we got to a point where you don't even have to be like a trained federal agent. They're literally just giving any white boy who wants to harass immigrants a job. But they're going to take it a step further, and they're going to give people permission to ask for other people's proof of
ICE is nice.
Yeah, they were saying change the name to NICE, like put national in front or something, like the National Immigration, and and then how can you be upset with NICE?
What I said was from a movie from like the early '90s called Real Genius, with Val Kilmer, a very young Val Kilmer.
I don't know if I've seen that.
Excuse me, I was stretching. It's a good movie. It's funny. If anyone's interested.
Surprisingly, despite the concerns that some felt about ICE targeting blacks in Chicago, some black Chicago residents are pushing back on these rumors, even thinking Trump and ICE's actions to clean up their neighborhood.
At this point, y'all have really pissed me off, especially you so-called influencers who are taking parts of stories coming out of Chicago and using it for fucking clickbait and engagement. Now, I have been urging my people here to pause so that they can process things. Y'all talking about them coming down on that building out south. Whole time, that building used to be predominantly black. That building was predominantly Venezuelans, okay? There are people from that neighborhood that have been complaining about that building for a year.
Venezuelan people are not from Africa. They're from Venezuela.
I know. That's
South
the thing.
America.
It's like there's not even. I don't know what they're even trying to say here. It's so crazy.
If anything, I mean, maybe there's a little racial profiling going on, but to a degree, that can't really be helped.
I know if the immigrants happen to if you were part of the profile,
to be from South America, so they all have a similar, like similar, not the same.
I mean, it's stupid to not consider that
language.
I mean, if you see a super white dude and you're like, oh, is this guy an illegal, Mexican gangbanger? Probably not. It's not to say that they're not.
Chances are good that he's not. Although he could be.
He could be.
Because there are white folks in Mexico.
But the chances are greatly diminished compared to the guy that's all tatted up.
In Mexico too.
Hello, what do we got? XOE.
That could be your advantage if you're here illegally and you're actually like from Mexico, but you're like a black man. They're not really looking for you.
Oh, I spelled that wrong. Well, I tried. But anyway, she's from the area, and she's saying, yeah, that used to be a black building, but primarily the Venezuelans moved in, and all these windows they're claiming got broke out by the ICE. They were already broke out.
And shit that were already there. These are the things that y'all have to stop doing, and this is why I keep telling people here in the city, particularly black people, Pause so you can process. If y'all start responding to shit out of emotion, then you don't know what the fucking play is, because you haven't had time to actually think. What people are doing are trying to get a rise out of Black Chicagoans. Okay, that was one incident. Then you had the guy out west that had the accident, and they pulled him out, and one of the agents was choking him, and people were recording it. Okay, so again, follow-ups to all of these things, never. Nobody ever comes back with the follow-up. They talking about, oh, they're arresting Black people in Chicago. All of the Black people that they took from that building on the south side were released. The 37 people that they detained were all Venezuelans who were part of a particular gang. Y'all gotta stop doing that shit.
Chicago, you need to stop lying and saying people on this internet need to stop lying and saying that they're...
Yeah, and that's like hurting themselves too. Like, you don't want 37 Venezuelan gang members in your city.
That's what they're saying. Everybody complaining about this building, saying, hey, all this crime, all these criminals. They finally came in and dealt with it, and they're complaining, oh, they sent it, blah, 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 this. If the people don't feel safe, again, there's criminal. Like, it's not like, whatever. It's like there's literally illegal criminals fortified in the city.
That those citizens who were living there had some, inconvenience in their lives. But ultimately, like, the next day, I would think they'd be a little happy that they don't have to worry about some gang members in their building like the fact that they have kids and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, there's like that's got to be a stress level of your neighbors being gangbangers. I mean, even if they're not like directly like harassing you, the fact that they're a target for other gangs to do stuff to, and you happen to live there, this can be an innocent bystander problem. So
I know nothing about it's good. Like you said, like, yeah, sure, you got like detained for a couple hours, but they got rid of like the 37 psychos that were living there causing all kind of problems. Like,
now you got a
and
chance
it's a
to
one
keep that
time
from happening again.
Yeah, great. And there you go. Now move on. Like, I don't know, man. Like, to me, it is what it is. And frankly, like, I know it sucks. Like, you probably have shitty circumstances that you would even be living there in the first place. But, like, why are you there? Like,
no.
There's a whole building full of criminals
that lived there. Like, we're not. It's not like they're like the people they were like interviewing the people that actually lived there who were actually detained. Like, what they felt about the situation. They're just assuming. This was a horrible experience, and it was traumatic for their children who were whipped from their beds in the middle of the night, apparently naked.
Yeah, apparently naked.
It's
so crazy.
Yes, there was a building in a Black community that was not majority Black because it had been overran by illegal gang bangers. Let's be clear.
Well, she just said it. Okay.
Throwing it half of South Shore is fucking invaded by illegals.
Oh, she said it much better than I did.
So don't get on here saying Black people are being came for. They're coming because they're in our neighborhoods and our communities. That's why. So yes, they're going to go in buildings where Black people live and sleep because they put them in buildings where Black people live and sleep. South Shore, born and raised. I know what I'm talking about. Stop pushing that narrative because it's not correct.
Now, this same user would then visit the South Shore apartment that was raided, where she would even confirm with a resident that the building had been taken over by Venezuelan immigrants.
Yeah, they been busting windows out.
Okay, because see, that's again a narrative that they done put on social media is that the ICE came and busted out y'all windows.
That's a lie.
So them windows over there right there,
they didn't bust out no window. ICE didn't bust out some windows.
These was already busted on that floor up there. Same way you saying over here. This is the building.
That is a huge ass building. How they only get 37 people?
So as I said, South Shore.
And it's 5 floors.
No wonder they had to use helicopters and shit.
Building was not majority Black. When
if you don't catch everyone at once at the beginning, they're gonna run. You're gonna have a really hard time getting them.
This building was overran.
Or if they have too much time to get guns or whatever ready, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
that too. Time to arm
like
themselves.
a lot of risk.
There's stuff out of here that confirmed that. So stop letting media put that false narrative in your head that somebody coming for you, because they not. You was born here. You was born on this land. rise up and stand up on something and stop letting any and everybody tell you something.
How come that is the smartest lady out of all of these people? And
no kidding.
I'm glad
God
she
bless
at
her.
least can recognize that much. Like, it's holy crap. Like, Jesus, man. Like, it's not that complicated. It really is not that
It really isn't, no. But if you just sit in your bubble and you listen to MSNBC, you wouldn't necessarily know that.
Yeah, they just decided to descend upon this building filled with black people for no reason other than
No reason.
just to
except that
show
apparently
how
there's a bunch of black
tyrannical they are, and like, oh,
Right.
look how
Oh my
strong
gosh.
we are, and yeah, it's
This
crazy.
conversation has caused many to question what rights do they have when encountering ICE, and do ICE agents need a warrant to arrest you? According to ICE.gov, agents can arrest you if they have suspicion. It goes.
I think that means the
ICE
word
does not
detain.
I know. I feel like it does not say arrest.
Like they can detain you for suspicion. They can't really arrest you unless they have just cause.
Yeah.
Judicial warrant.
But if you give them just cause, like throwing a brick at their head,
officers can initiate consensual encounters and speak with people, briefly detain aliens when they have reasonable suspicion that the aliens are illegally present in the United States, and arrest people they believe are illegal aliens. ICE officers and agents can also detain and search people crossing the border. All aliens who violate U.S. immigration law are subject to arrest and detention, regardless of their criminal histories. Those with final orders of removal are removed from the United States. Now, according to NPR, the only time a warrant is needed by ICE is for arrest at homes or private businesses. In regards to the latest surrounding Chicago, protests have also begun in part of the city from those opposed to ICE's presence in Chicago, and this appears to now being used as a reason to send in the National Guard by the Trump administration. In a statement given to ABC7, a White House spokesperson would confirm Trump's move to follow through with sending in the National Guard. Amidst ongoing violent riots and lawlessness, the local leaders like Illinois Governor Fitzer have refused to step into quell. President Trump has authorized 300 National Guardsmen to protect federal officers and asked.
And this is the kind of shit that they want to just support. Like, I don't understand. They're freaking out because of what reason? Oh, because they came in, had to execute like a more or less military style operation because you let a fucking gang take over a building in your city. You didn't take care of it. And now the government had to come in and say, you know what, we're tired of it and we're going to take care of it. Like, because these are terrorists. Like, now, and frankly, I'm glad he's doing this because they're terrorists. He could do this. If it was just like random, you know, gang violence or whatever, he wouldn't have been able to. But this is, and to then be upset about it, I'd be like, yeah, can you do the other ones too? Like, I don't know, man.
I heard yelling and screaming and honking. I ran downstairs to see what was going on. It looked like Border Patrol agents in a minivan had slammed some lady to the ground. And so I ran up to her and asked her for her name. She said she was a WGN employee.
The woman
Did you see her get slammed to the ground?
is an employee of WGN's Creative Services Department. Josh Thomas lives in the condos above the scene near Lincoln and Foster.
girl.
When he made his way down
Yeah, it's that
around
lady we saw
8:30 Friday
earlier.
morning, he realized there was another person already in the minivan being used by ICE agents.
I didn't get his name, although I asked for his name. He didn't speak very good English. They claimed that the WGN employee was obstructing justice, even though she was like all of us, just standing here taking video.
You didn't see. You said you came down afterward, so you have no idea. See, this is the bullshit.
Right.
Oh, she was just staying there, just doing what we're doing. You already said you got there after she was already on the ground, so you literally have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
The
scene was also captured by a woman in a cab on her way to the airport.
She was walking east. We were driving west. And that's when I took out my phone and they had just tackled her and brought her into the street. And that's when I asked her, what's your name?
According to the
her
Department of
and brought
Homeland
her into
Security,
the street.
woman, a U.S. citizen, threw objects at Border Patrol's car, and she was placed under arrest for assault on a federal law enforcement officer. It was a scene that shook up some neighbors.
But this was heartbreaking. It was terrifying. It was terrifying for the community. When I came back upstairs to my condo, my son was crying and asked me what was happening and if people are going to come take him.
What a fear-mongering piece of shit. Oh, yeah, people are going to come take one. Frankly, who the fuck cares about your kid if he's such a little pussy that he can't handle someone getting arrested for being a criminal? Like, are you that fucking weak of a man that you're like, oh, no, son, nobody will, no, there's no bad people in the world and nobody ever has to be taken away or no one will ever hurt you. Like, what? are you teaching your kids is so crazy.
Definitely not to be adults.
Nope.
I'm scared for my community. I'm scared for...
Scared for your community for what? Like, what are you talking about? If your community, what, for people that throw things and assault federal agents? Are you afraid for those people? Are you afraid for the illegals that shouldn't be here in the first place? Like, what are you saying? It's so crazy.
anyone that is black or brown. And you'll see in the video, Debbie isn't black or brown, from what I recall.
Oh, so that all already doesn't even fit what you're saying. Jeez, man. All right, we got one more. And then I think, unless we go into overtime, that'll about wrap it up for today.
Sweep at a parking lot today for rideshare drivers. The parking lot is just steps from.
You said we were almost done like an hour ago.
It's been there for several hours. Regina, federal agents were there
almost
today now.
Yeah, Natalie, they were the last time around 2:15, and we were here to catch them in action. So here's what they were asking of drivers. Are you a U.S. citizen, and do you have proof? And one of the agents even came up to me, asked me the same question. But here's what
my answers would be yes and sure. Here you go.
About 50, 60 cars here, but I am told it
Thanks for checking.
Packed with several hundred rideshare vehicles, but not today. And also keep in mind, some of the vehicles here were towed away. So federal agents were everywhere in what is known as Alpha Lot. It is a desert. So federal agents were everywhere in what is known as Alpha Lot. It is a designated spot for rideshare drivers. Several people were handcuffed and taken into custody. In all, we'd say agents were here for about 15 to 20 minutes, and they showed up in nondescript white minivans. This was the second time today that ICE had come here. Here's what one driver told us happened around 10 o'clock this morning.
So I don't understand, what is the problem? Like, what is the problem? If you know that a bunch of people that are illegal are doing this thing, and they all come to this one spot, and you can very easily
grouping up together for you to swoop in and get them all at the same time.
And the people that aren't illegal,
save some taxpayers some money.
It's like the most insignificant amount of like inconvenient, like the slightest, teensiest little, tiniest little. Here you go, and be on with your day.
I mean, if you think about it, when you do it when they're not really expecting it like that, there's less likely to be violence. Because they're going to be like all confused at first, and that hesitancy gives you a chance to like take control of the situation pretty quickly. If you're prepared and they're not, and they're not, they're like, you know, they're working. They're not going to have access to firearms real easily. They probably
nothing
not
about
them
this
in their
like,
vehicles.
To me, seems
and
like
if
a
they're
problem.
legal, and at least the case of the drivers, they have their driver's licenses, so there's proof of their citizenship, right? Because I think if you get a driver's license and you're not a citizen, it has some special markings, special codes in your number.
Yeah, how easy is that?
So,
there you go.
Right. Yeah, very easy. So, yeah, there you go. You're good. Just be on your way. You probably don't want to hang out here too much because you're going to get detained if you do. You find someplace else to park for your ride share, at least for the next few weeks.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not that
Can't
complicated.
promise this won't happen again because you kind of fit our profile.
Can't promise. Well, I mean, even that, if like people recognize you after a while, but like even that, just have it ready. Be like, all right, yep, I know you're here.
Right.
You're looking. Here you go. I've been here every day. Like, not a big deal. Like, it's literally not a big deal. But they want to make it a big deal. And how many people did they get? Like, it has to be worth it. Like, there's no way. Like, you just, I don't know. I don't know, man.
It was pretty surprising to see him up here, though, honestly. I'm like, I ain't even see him. I was sitting in the lot for a nice little minute, and I pulled out, and they was, like, all around.
Oh, you didn't mention if he was
representing
asked.
rideshare drivers has issued a statement that says, in part, we are deeply concerned that the drivers' due process rights were violated at O'Hare today.
Due process
This is
rights.
part of a broader pattern of attacks on immigrant families by an administration that continues to weaponize fear and
What
division
retards.
instead of investing in solutions in our communities. We're working diligently to gather more information. So back out here live, we have reached out to the Department of Homeland Security to find out how many people were taken into custody and why, and we hope to have that information for you when we come back at 6 o'clock.
And why? Because they violated immigration. What other reason would they have? There's literally no other reason. You already know the reason. There's the only reason. It's the one reason.
It's the reason they are basically doing what they're doing.
The one and
It's the
only
only reason they're doing
reason
what they're doing.
that they have for doing such things.
Exactly.
With that, we'll leave on a happy note.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your president speaking, and I'm pleased to announce that the sombrero memes will continue. I repeat,
yay!
Will continue. Over.
Yay!
All right. Well, I think that about does it for today, everybody. Thank you for joining us for another
best use of AI I've ever seen.
RedNex World News Weekend recap. We appreciate everyone joining us, sharing their thoughts today. We hope to see you again next week. Join us later for games. We'll be back on 7:30 at Team Venture Gaming for fun and games. Hope to see you all there as well. But if not, have a great weekend, everyone, and we'll catch you next
Bye-bye.
time.
Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS on stage. News from RedNex, where truth is the stage. No bias here, just facts you'll see. In every corner, the world story will tell. From the streets of Paris to Tokyo's gleam, every city, every voice will hear them. No spin, no hype, just calm and serene. RedNex World News, where truth is supreme. Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, unbiased crew, bringing you the news without a slew. RedNex World News, where truth takes flight. Every day, every night, we keep it tight. Through the chaos, through the calm, we stand. With Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, we understand. The pulse of the world will never